Hello, an kape?
Hello. Maini.
Kape? Saka mayong pandi.
Hello.
Hello. Okay.
Ano nga nini? Meet the press.
Check.
Maray na aga po. Welcome po sa tuyang Meet the Press o Kape Bareta at Pandesal. Ngunyan pong aldaw na Martes bago po kan session kan sangguniang Panlungsod Canaga sa tuyang pong siyempre sa tuyang bisita ngunyan ang Vice Alcalde kan Ciudad Naga, Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion para po ihiras sa tuyang mga parantabay ngunyan, mga paradalan kung ano ang mga isyong uurlayan ngunyan sa session kan sangguniang Panlungsod. Maray na aga, sir. Live po kita digdi sa NSTV sa Naga Smiles to the World.
Maray na pagkaaga po sa gabos na nagdadalan. As in, sa imo tabi, Roy, maray na pagkaaga. Bagay ka pala na maging host kaining sa tuyang programa. Pwede nang salidahan po si Allen Riondanga.
Ayun na po. Tigsalidahan.
Okay. Para po sa session regular ngunyan na pagkaaga, kabali po sa pag-uulayan itong proponidong ordinansa ni Councilor Buddy del Castillo, manunungod po sa pag-instilar nin mga CCTV cameras sa gabos na mga establishmento sa laog kan Ciudad Canaga kung ang capitalization po niya is 100,000 pesos and above. So ang pigre-require ta po digdi itong may siring na declared capital, meaning si pondo niya na ginagamit po sa iyang negosyo. Below that amount, dai po obligado o dai obligaron kan lokal na gobyerno Canaga si pag-instilar nin CCTV cameras. Importante po na sa tuya pong mga establishmento, maging anong klase man po siya sa laog kan Ciudad Canaga, na obligaron na mag-instilar sa laog as in sa luwas kung saan hiling itong mga prominent areas near or within the establishment para ma-monitor, para maaraman si pangyayari sa laog as in maging sa luwas kan nasabi na pong establishmento. And sa paagi po kan ordinansang ini re-require si may sadiri kan establishmento na i-preserve itong recording sa laog ni 30 aldaw. Tanganing kung ano man po si pangyayari which will require reviewing the content of these CCTV cameras, maobligar ta, mahagad ta si kooperasyon kan mga may sadiri kan nasabi na pong establishmento makatabang po sa pagresolbir kan ano man na krimen o kaya problema na mangyayari o kaya nangyari sa lugar na yan. In a way, saro man po ining deterrent. Kasi ang sinasabi ta po baga, kung kadakol na nakahiling, kung kadakol na mata na nakahiling sa sarong tao sa may planong mandata, either magiging maingat po siya o kaya dahil na po siya magibonin ano man nakararatan. So, ini pong proponidong ordinansa ni Councilor Buddy del Castillo. Hopefully, this can be approved in today's regular session. Naisangat po ini kan nakaagi pa pong bulan, I think September or August pa po ini.
Iyo po. Pandawa pa pong issue, pwede duman sa iba pang kaputan kasi ito yung mga pagriba sa media. Ano pa po ang sarong mainit na isyong kaipuhan na ito karoon ng sangguniang Panlungsod?
Ini pong magiging report kan Committee on Education. Si request po kan Department of Education na sigabos na lote na kinakatugdukan kan mga eskwelahan digdi sa laog kan Ciudad Canaga, which are still in the name of the city government of Naga, be donated to the Department of Education. Pigapunan ko po gunyan pa lang si sa tuya pong Assistant Division Superintendent, si Mr. Manny de Guzman, manunungod sa pinakarason kung taano ta may siring na request. Baad niya ako may rason kamo na dai nakasurat duman sa letter request. Ang sabi po niya, pinakaprograma po dahil ini kan Central Office kan Department of Education na pakarayon sigabos na mga dokumento siguraduhon na andaga na kinakatugdukan kan eskwelahan under the Department of Education is really titled or kaya registered in the name of the Department of Education. In a way, importante man po talaga na ma-establishar si ownership kan daga in the name of the Department of Education, because in the first place, dahil public school po yan, dapat nakapangaran sa Department of Education. Tangani day po siya maisturbo sa ano man na posibleng legal issues na mag-crop up. And in fact, igwa man po talagang siring. Minsan pag magayon na po ang lugar, nahihiling na very valuable, pwedeng pakinabangan, igwa nagkaka-interest. Arog po baga kayan sa nangyari sa City Hall. So, sa hiling ko po, ining siring nakahagadan, pwede po ining pagbigyan kan lokal na gobyerno kan Naga. Igwa lang pong reservation, in particular, si Councilor Vidal Castillo, insofar as Calawag Elementary School. At kung magigiramduman po baga, ma-establisher kita ka itong Calawag San Felipe Road, 20 meters wide siya. Pero pag abot po duman sa may area, Palaog, hali duman sa may kanto kan Calawag Elementary School, medyo sadit po siya 2 lanes lang po siya. Igwang sufficient space or area sa wala involving portion of the Calawag Elementary School na baad pwedeng pakinabangan, gamiton para mas lalong maging mahiwas si tinampo kasumpay ka itong proponidong Calawag San Felipe Road. So, ang pakiulay po ni Councilor Vidal Castillo, kung madonar ka itong lote, ibawas itong maapektuhan ka itong Calawag San Felipe Circumferential Road.
Okay. Sarap pa pong issue. Ini pong manunugod po sa pagbisita ninyo duman sa Mactan o sa Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, kanakagi pong simana sa pagbisita po duman sa Waste to Energy Facility. Bago po kang kaputan kan mga pag-iribata sa media, pwede pong maihiras po ining kadigit tungkol sa bagay nini.
Iyo po, kan nakaagi pong Oktubre 28, may okasyon po duman sa Light Industrial Park sa Lapu-Lapu City in connection po kan garo some sort of launching. Actually, bako man po launching formal introduction probably kay itong Waste to Energy Facility in the name of Aquilini Mactan Renewable Energy Corporation or Incorporation or AMRI. Kung saan po sa nasabing okasyon, yaon po ang Vice Presidente kan Pilipinas, Her Excellency Leni Robredo. Kaibanan ko po si 7 miyembro kan Sangguniang Panlungsod. So baliwalo po kami. In other words, igwang quorum. Kaibanan ta din po sa si Siam, si Anom sa Siam na miyembro kan Technical Working Group for Sanitary Landfill and Waste to Energy Facility. And naugma po kita, pwede ta pong sabihon na naging successful si pagdumanta na witness ta, nahiling ta po mismo na duman po sa Lapu-Lapu City, igwa na po nin actual as in existing and operational waste to energy facility being operated by AMRI, and in connection thereof, igwa na po sindang offer sa Satuya na mag-establish manin kaparehong facility digdi sa Naga. Apwera man po yan sa kamautan ninda na magtugdok pa sa Calabarzon and sa Cebu City. So ini actual and operational. Although si full operation, si initial po nag-start kan August, si full operation will be undertaken once mag-abot na po itong sarong party po yata kan ikipahe po ninda the soonest time possible. Na ibarita ta na po ini kay Mayor Jan Bongat, may formal na pag-uulay kay ini an sanggunian, kaibanan po si Mayor, and we will see kung ano po si details kay itong offer kan AMRI. Taan nakaabot po kaya sa tuyang offer is very general, and pakiulay ta iyon within a period of 2 weeks i-detalye sa indang offer as in tangani mapag-adalan po kan lokal na gobyerno kanaga. Pero ang positive po kay ni, number one, igwa. And I think this is the first waste-to-energy facility in the entire country. Bako po ini drawing, kapareho po kan mga nakaaging taon kung saan may mga nagdulog po sa satuyan, nag-o-offer. Pero mayo man po kita na hiling na facility in the entire, within the Philippines. Pandua, mismong si may sadiri ka itong facility sa Cebu, igwa na pong pigsabi na nakahanda po sinda na mag-establishar nin kaparehong facility depending on what the city government of Naga and Amri can agree on. Garo may duwang options po Number one, sinda si Matugdok, sinda si Magasto Gabus, si Pandua syudad ang Magasto. Ma-assist lang sinda, babakalon sa inda si technology, ma-train, etc. So, iyo po yan.
Mabalas po, Vice Mayor Nelson Ligacion, oras na po ngunyan, 8:51 na. At yan, ma-session na. Pero live po kita na dadalan, nadadangog, digdi po sa Naga Smiles to the World, NSTV, tama? Ano? And yaon digdi sa mga pag-iriba sa media na ma-shoot po ni mga kahaputan, ngunyan. Ngunyan na aldaw. Yaon digdi si Don kang Bombo, si Jane Bitito kang Radyo Pilipinas, si Myra Revilla kang Sepio, si Donna kang Radyo Agila, si Joel Remias kang Brigada, si Jam Madrid kang Philippine Information Agency, si Bong Villacruz kang GNN, pagkatapos si Mr. Danny Aureos kang DCJ. Kompleto, kadakul. So, live po kita digdi sa Sepio, sa City Events Protocol Public Information Office. Asin mga pag-iriban Sepio, masalamat. Inutong ang primerong hapot, gabus na duman sa mga isyong nabanggit, si Miss Myra Revilla.
Thank you. Ang garo kasi Harry Roque. Okay.
Madaldal.
Vice, gusto mi pong maaraman din pong kasi may proposed ordinance baga si Councilor Elmer. Yan yung pong pag-establish kang guidelines sa river transport system. Ang pagkakaaram ko kayo, di ba igwa na kayang katong proposal and garo ang marina po, ang garo nag-oppose digdi. Ano po si latest information kay ni Vice?
Actually, gabos na mga issues na pig-raise kan mga nakaaging bulan. In fact, taon na malilinawan ta po ini at yan, during the discussion of the proposed ordinance kung saan kabali po sa inaasahan ta na ma-attender iyo po si Engineer Joel Martin. Tamay invitation man po sa iya. So at yan tabi Myra.
Yes, sir. Okay. Follow up. Sir, dahil man daw parang infutility. Ini yung pong kasi pero may pag-iimbitaran si Sir Bob. It's sa tuwing HRMO. Ang garo siya ning experience sa Laugan Sanggunian. I doubt kasi sir ang gusto tabing malinawan sa pag-appear ni Sir Bob.
Ang importante po siguro digdi may kasimbagan duman sa mga questions miyembro kan sangguniang panglungsod. Nanotaran ko po digdi sa order of business under unfinished business, item number 1, si letter invitation of the sangguniang panglungsod through the secretary. But in item number 1A, igwa na pong surat man digdi si Mr. Ursua and HRMO department head. Apparently, kasimbagan o kaya sinisimbag po digdi si hapot si mga gustong malinawan po kan sangguniang panlungsod. So if the reason, the purpose for which the presence of certain individuals is being requested could be responded to through a communication, which is done in this particular case, then probably I could say na si purpose na achieve na, di ba? So this is not an exercise in futility.
Miss Don kang Bomoradyo.
Po. Vice,
Hello, Don.
good morning po. Vice, any update po duman sa naging concern ni Councilor Abadi del Castillo sa CBD2 po na temporarily pinasara itong may special permit na mga nagtitinda po ning DVDs and other na mga gamit po duman sa taho, particular sa SMN Terminal po?
Kan nakaagi pong session, igwa ng gad na disposition ang Sangguniang Panlunsod, advising the Treasurer's Office through Mrs. Gigi Abunal to suspend any action or operation involving the area. And then nakaulay ko din po si Mrs. Gigi Abunal. Indeed na confirm ta duman na igwang special permit na pig-issue. Pero ini bagay na dapat ma-clarify, dapat ma-reconcile si action kan executive asin kan Sangguniang Panlunsod. I think there is a clarification that has to be made with respect to the ordinance applicable in this particular case. Ang tinutukoy ko po itong ordinance number 2014-052, si amendment kan section 18, 118 and 19, 119 of ordinance 2004-123, known as the revised revenue code of Naga City. Ang sinasabi po kaya duman sa amendment kan section 18, iyon na pwede si pag-tienda in any vacant public places and private lots or spaces in the city of Naga for purposes of vending of all kinds of non-illegal items. Non-illegal items. So, siyempre, excluded digdi itong DVD, pirated DVD, during the Peña Francia festivities, dangan ini ang importante, and such other festivities as may be declared by the city government of Naga. So, dahil po malinaw, si ma-declare, is it the executive or the legislative? But I think, number one, there should be a clarification. And number two, the action of the executive should be reconciled with that of the legislative. So, importante po na maimbitaran at yan si Mrs. Gigi Abunal manonood sa bagay na ini.
Vice, good morning po. Joel Remia sa Brigada. Vice, ito po sa ibang issue. Ito pong sa tabukong na problema katong 40 residentes kaning mga sa Zone 4 po. Ano na pong status ko to? Thank you very much po.
Garo na hiling mo yan duman sa post ko sa Facebook.
Nagibuhan ko po kay itong Bareta. Follow up ko lang.
Ang totoo po kayan, a week ago, may nagdulog po sa Satuya na magkakapirang residente duman sa Zone 4 sa inaapod na Pingol, duman, Tabuko po yan. Igwa na po sa indang kinasuhan, magkakapira na po si nakasuhan for ejectment. Meaning pinapahali po sinda, pinapabakate duman sa harong, duman sa apartment, duman sa daga na okupado po ninda. Alagad, apparently, ang target kay ini, bako lang itong mga nakasuhan, kundi pati pa si iba. Taang pig-claim na pagsasadiri kay itong sarong tao, is about 2,500 square meters property. Sa may likod na portion po daayan kay itong previously Pingol property. But our research shows that number one, itong tinutukoy na daga is subject of a miscellaneous lease application. Gusto sabihon, mayo pang prueba kung granted na ini o dai pa. And base man po sa records kan DENR, nagluluwas na itong lot number na tinutukoy, mayo man duman po sa Tabuko. Kundi according to a personnel of the DENR, probably yaon ngayon ini sa Santa Cruz. So dahil po establish itong ownership ka itong property. Pero siyempre, si mga tao po na naka-star duman, hara dit po. Ang sabi po ninda, haloy na ngaya kami naka-star digdi, igwa pong more than 30 years, igwang more than 50 years, may mga harong na po na napundar, duman na po nagdarakula, si sa inda pong mga aki, nagkaaragom na, grabe po si kaaditan, si magiging panghinayang. So iyo po ito si tinatabangan ta. Igwa na po file na answer, pero inaasahan ta po, ina-anticipate ta na si iba pa baad karasuhan man. So ini po si tinatabangan ta.
Igwa na lang po kitang last 2 to 3 questions dahil alas 9 na. Inutong ko na si Mr. Joe Kagimbal kang BBS.
Vice, ito pong sinabi ni Konsehal Buddy del Castillo na kung dahil mag-atender si Mr. Babursuwa ngunyan na sesyon, possible ba talaga na magkaiguan ng cite for contempt si Mr. Babursuwa hali sa korte? Pwede po yan?
Ang sabi ko po kasi bago, ang importante ma-achieve itong purpose kung taano ta ipinapa-upload, di ba? Dahil ko pa po nababasa itong surat ni Mr. Bob Ursua, but apparently this is in response to the question, to the inquiry being asked by the Sangguniang Panglunsod. Tas si issue po kaya is with respect to job order workers who will be appointed as casual employees. Mga si irisay ngayon ini, pira ngayon ini. So, iyaon sa letter dated November 2 ni Mr. Bob Ursua, pigsusubmit po niya si list of employees who will be appointed as casual employees. Unless igwa pa po ang kahaputan na dahil po masisimbag and will really require the presence of Mr. Bob Ursua. Dahil pa po aram yan. Okay.
Vice, good morning. Perang taon na po.
Na-check ko si Kuya, 902. Diba,
di pa mag-abol.
Dahil pa man garo ako
Sa
site it contempt.
Vice,
may pangkorom.
perang years na po yan nahiling ko sa agenda nindo.
Arin
yan
po.
sa eastbound terminal issue. Engineer Bencia. Ano po ang problema ta? Dahil po matapos-tapos ang isyong yan.
Tama-tama. Naihapot mo tabi, Dani. Kasud iyaon po si Mayor Jan, as in ibang miyembro kan Sangguniang Panglunsod. Natukar po ini matapos ito pong blessing kan City Health Office. And sabi ko nga ni Councilor Lito, ano niya ko, Councilor Litz, ready na sa aga na mag-motion ka. Ngaya da ipa. Sa sunod na lang na session ngaya. Igwa pa ngaya akong pinapakaray. So in other words, da ipa nakukumpleto si dapat na ipresentar sa Sangguniang Panglunsod. So hopefully, by next session, ready na po si Councilor Lito del Rosario.
Follow up, Vice. Ano po, may problema sa papeles ni Engineer Bencia?
Definitely po, igwang problema. Ako po, masasabi ko as a lawyer na may problema. Number one, itong title. The title is not clean and this is very clear in the title itself. May mga encumbrances po duman, may mga liens. The city government of Naga cannot enter into a contract involving a parcel of land kung may problema po siya. Ipinaabot mi na po yan kay Engineer Bencia kaninot. Ang sabi po niya, mayong problema. Clean title. Kan hinagad mi po sa iya si Titulo Kandaga, pigtawan po kami, malabo na kopya. Kaya ano po ang ginibukan Sangguniang Panglunsod? Ako na po mismo ang nagsugo kay Lyra na magduman sa Register of Deeds, mag-secure nin certified true copy of the title. Nakakuha po kami clear copy of the title and duman ko po na-discover nakadakol po ng encumbrances. Paano kung malaog kita sa sarong kontrata with Engineer Bencia and later on itong mga nagki-claim pero wisyohon po kita. Diba? So that's one. Number two, we are asking Engineer Bencia to show proof of capability, financial capability to construct the proposed eastbound terminal. Sa kung yan, mayo man pong susumiter sa Samuya. Ang totoo po kayan, may sarong miyembro kan Sangguniang Panglunsod na medyo napikon. Tapos sa surat, garo sinasabi naigwada ang miyembro kan Sangguniang Panlungsod na naghahagad ng 30 million. Dahil man po naghahagad ng 30 million. Maot mi pong malinawan sa iya, ano si prueba na kaya po niya na makapagpatugdok, mag-construct nin eastbound terminal. These are two concerns very relevant and important to us. Right now, I can say na malabo po ang representation sa Samuya ni Engineer Obencia. That is also the reason why we were saying na no further letter, no further matter will be considered coming from Engineer Obencia unless these two matters are complied with or are shown to the satisfaction of the Sangguniang Panlungsod. For the meantime, we will have to we will have to consider the proposed ordinance of Councilor Lito del Rosario.
Mabalos po kay Vice Mayor ng Soligasyon. Diyan tara po tinatapos ito yung press conference. Nagsisignal na and duman sa session hall. Kadakol naman, yaw naman, kumpleto na ang mga miyembros ng Sangguniang Panlungsod. Mabalos sa ito yung mga pag-iriba sa hanap buhay, sa media. Mabalos man sa City Events Protocol Public Information Office. Yan po ang sa tuyang Meet the Press, Kape, Bareta at Pandesal. Ngunya na aga. Mabalos po sa Endo. Marinaga.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ng People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-upod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasuro kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdom na ini hatod sa Indo.
Honorable Lito S. del Rosario present, Honorable Vidal P. Castillo present, Honorable Rayan Cedric Girintoy absent, Honorable Salvador M. del Castillo present, Honorable Tomas Ramon A. Sanchez Jr. present. Mr. Chairman, there is a quorum.
The 65th regular session of the 12th Sangguniang Panlungsod is now formally called to order.
Prayer.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Lord, as we deliberate in today's session, give us the wisdom to overcome passion. Give us that understanding heart to do away with prejudice. Give us the foresight to know what the future may devise. Give us the courage and strength to seek the truth in what is good. Give us the facility of language that may be understood. And finally, O Lord, make us worthy public servant of this city. Deeply love and highly honor Naga City, Heart of Bicol. Amen.
Pambansang awit.
Ayang pag-ibig, sa silahanan, agad at puso, sa dibig mo'y buhay, lupa panghilihan, duyan ka ng pag-ibig sa manluluti. Di ka pasisingit sa dagat at lubos, sa simulan, sa langit mong tugaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa panglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng mata, wag mo'y tagumpay na nag-iingit. Ang bituin at araw niyang kailan, kamay niyang hibigin. Lugar ng araw, walang walang pagsika, buhay langit sa mo. Aming ligaya dapat ay mag-aakit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
We proceed to the next item.
Privilege time.
Anyone? Councilor Elmer Baltimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Vice Mayor and Presiding Officer, my esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, friends from Trimedia, fellow workers in the city government, mga namumutan kong Nagenyo, mga kapwa ko nangangataman sa Kakian. Just want to acknowledge Attorney June Sales, may kabarangay, mga kapwa ko nangangataman sa Kakian, Diyos maray na aga. The country celebrates the month of November of every year as National Children's Month by virtue of Republic Act 10661, signed by President Benigno S. Aquino III, in recognition of every Filipino child as the most valuable asset of our society, and to promote and protect the general well-being of the child, as well as to emphasize the importance of the role of the child within the Filipino family and in nation building. The Council for the Welfare of Children, or CWC, enjoins the support of member agencies, partners and stakeholders for a meaningful celebration of the National Children's Month this year through the conduct of activities aligned with the theme Bata Iligtas sa Droga. This theme, which was approved by the CWC Board, is in support to the administration fight against illegal drugs. We may all agree that it is imperative that the proliferation of illegal drugs must be stopped. We are all convinced that these illegal drugs were the cause of all evils and other heinous crimes. But I suppose that we are all united in saying that we condemn the acts of extrajudicial killings and human rights violations, especially to the most vulnerable sector in our society, the children. Nevertheless, this representation believes that this rampant violation against children is a call to action. We need to heighten up our awareness on the life of every child. In today's Philippine scenario, the existence of abuses against the rights, welfare, and dignity of children is constantly increasing, and it is really alarming. Thus, we really need to enforce the established policies and programs that aims to address these issues, but I must say that there is still a greater need of our special and intensified attention and utmost concern. The city government of Naga joins the entire nation in this celebration through the conduct of various developmental activities deemed necessary to lay emphasis on the significance on the aforementioned event. An advocacy walk dubbed as Lakaw para sa Kaakian was held last November 4, 2017 at Plaza Quezon, which serve as a kick-off activity of the celebration. It shall commence with the City Mayor's State of Our Children's Report and awarding of the search for the most child-friendly barangay on November 24, 2017. My dear colleagues in this August chamber, today is one of the 30 days that our country solely dedicates for our Filipino children. It is my sincerest wish that when the time comes, when all of us are old and gray, the same children who stood up today and promised to uphold and protect their rights and welfare will be in this chamber and possibly deliver the same speech on this very same month. But this time, with much fulfillment in their hearts, for they no longer have to picture similar faces of children oppressed by poverty and injustices. This month is National Children's Month. Let us celebrate for our children and take special heed of their needs and rights as we go about our duties as legislators, as leaders, and as citizens. Mabuhay ang kaakiang Nagueño, mabuhay ang kabataang Pilipino. Diyos mabalos po asin maugmang bulan kang kaakian.
Thank you, Councilor Elmer Baldimoro. We wish to acknowledge the presence of Councilor Ray Andentoy. The Secretary will please take note. And of course, the presence also of Engineer Abilino Sales Jr. is being acknowledged. Attorney, my apologies. And Engineer Joel Martin. Next item. Another privilege speech from Councilor Labadia Jr. And then after you, Councilor Lito del Rosario.
Diyos maray na aga po sa Tuya Gabos, sa Satuyang Namamayo, Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligacion, mga pag-iriba, pag-recognisar kang mga yaong po ligdiyo, si aram ko National President na kang Integrated Bar of the Philippines, si Attorney Abilino Sales, o dahil pa man. Madali na. And then Engineer Joel Martin, ang grupo po kang Prosa, yaon, and si pag-iriba sa media. Diyos maray na agaliwat. Nagtindog po ako ngunyan na aldaw, bako dahil bago ang barong ko. Sabi kay ni Councilor Badi, magtindog na ako na bago ang barong. Nagtindog po ako ngunyan sa issue kang sarong resolusyon kang Siyudad ng Naga na hinahagad tabaga sa Department of Transportation through Secretary Togade na ipaliwanag sa tuya ang Philippine National Railways itong modernization program. Nagluluwas po ngunyan, may sarong grupo ni Congressman Gabriel Hidalgo Bordado Jr. ang nag-sponsor and nag-igdi po si Undersecretary Cesar Chavez. Sarong issue ang lang ang pigihiling ko duman, though kadakol issue, Mr. Chairman, duman sana sa issue kang loan sa China and loan sa Japan. Ang sabi po, ang loan sa China is 2% and ang loan sa Japan government is 0.5%. By the figure alone, malinaw pong maray na ang 2% is bigger than the 0.5%. Pero may pigsasabi po si Undersecretary Chavez na itong about sa cost of money. Pero maski po sa hilingon ang cost of money, ang 2% halang kauman giraray sa 0.5%. In figures, Mr. Chairman, ang 151.3 billion na kantidad para magibo ang PNR, ma-rehabilitate or ma-modernize, ang ibig sabihin ng 2% is 3 billion.026 million ang interest kada taon. Kumpara po sa Japan government o sa ODA na 0.5% na 756 million sana. Nakulaan po ang diferensya. Kaya importante sana na ipaabot ta sa opisina kang DOTR na i-reconsider ninda ini yung loan sa China, considering ang masapo kani kitang mga taga Bicol na agihan kani yung Philippine National Railways. Kaya Mr. Chairman, sa issue siguro, iyo ang suportahan ta uli si satuyang resolution na ipaliwanag ini kan OTR number 1. And number 2, hagadon ta po sa satuyang representante duman sa Kongreso, si Honorable Gabi Hidalgo Bordado Jr., na ang pang 14 niyang privilege speech iagi niya naman sa pagtukar kang issue sa loan kang Philippine National Railways. Again, Mr. Chairman, salamat po.
Thank you, Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. Councilor Lito.
Marinaga po tabi, Honorable Vice Mayor Ligacion, my esteemed colleagues sa Sangguniang Panlungsod, Secretariat, Mr. De La Torre, members of the media, other friends, Attorney Sales. Nagtindog po ako, Mr. Chair, ngunyan, to avail of the privilege time para maghapot kung asin maghagad ng kasimbagan sa Naga City Hospital kung taano ta may nilaog duman na sarong nagduman na pasyente, naglakaw, walk-in na pasyente, naglaog alas 12 ugto, kang November 1, pig-discharge alas 3, nagbalis alas 4, gadana. Ang pangarap po kang pasyente, Malo San Joaquin Nueva, kang San Felipe. Ang doktor na nag-atindir sa iya, sarong nagangarang Dr. Estrada. Magad po ako ng kasimbagan kani, Mr. Chair, nagkortesina mo pa ako kay Dr. Sunny Ranyola bilang chairman ng Committee on Health. Because baka igwa po ni mga systems and procedures sa laogang hospital na dapat na ma-improve, dapat na mataanan ng magkakanigong atensyon. Tangari po tayo na maulit ang siring na pangyari. Very unfortunate, very unfortunate. Number 2, Mr. Chair, gusto ko pong hakadun sa ngunyan na session ang presence po ni Mr. Mongoso at sa Tepong City Administrator to give us update sa purchase kan si mga radyo para sa mga barangay, including si mga fire extinguishers sa mga educare centers na hanggang ngunyan po mayo pa kitang clear na update kani. So I'll be requesting Mr. Chair the presence of our good City Administrator. And number 3, in connection with the Drug Abuse Prevention Week on November 19 to 26, this representation is submitting a proposed ordinance expanding the membership of the Naga City Drug Abuse Board to include the head of the PSO and the representative of the Family Ministry of Cáceres. And another proposed ordinance, Mr. Chair, proposed ordinance promoting a drug-free workplace in the city government of Naga and providing sanctions for violation thereof. On a lighter mode, Mr. Chair, I would like to call for a vote sana as regards the terms of reference for the van terminal. But abo ko man pong manggana sa burutuhan ko niyan na mayo po si mga staunch opposition. So I would like to defer this matter sa next session, Mr. Chair. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Councilor Joselito del Rosario. We will now proceed to the next item.
Reading and approval of the order of business.
Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, may I move to dispense the reading of the order of business with the following inclusion. Item number 3 of the special business or order is the matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Joselito del Rosario. Under unfinished business, Mr. Chair, item number 17 is the letter from Suhaibani Arimao pertaining to the selling of items at Tan Property. Under new business, Mr. Chair, item number 10 is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo, an ordinance amending Section 8, Article 4 of Ordinance Number 2008-079. Item number 11 of the new business is the proposed ordinance authored by the Honorable Julian Labadia Jr., an ordinance establishing the city agri-market to buy and sell farmers, produce, establishing guidelines, and appropriating funds for the purpose. Item number 12 is the letter from the city mayor requesting for a passage of an ordinance reverting the amount of 7,862,585. Item number 13 is a letter from Rosette Anastasio, 2016 Palarong Bicol Chess Champion, requesting for financial assistance. Item number 14 is a letter from Robinson's Land Corporation pertaining to the route of Trimobile. Item number 15 is a letter from LYRR Realty Development Corporation pertaining to the extension of existing franchise at San Isidro, Naga City. Item number 16 is the proposed resolution from senior citizen fervently seeking the approval of the Honorable John Bonga to set aside funds for a project titled Offices for the 27 Basca of Naga City. Item number 17 is a letter from Punong Barangay Ed Albo submitting the Barangay Ordinance number 2017-010. Item number 18 is the letter from the City Mayor submitting the name of drivers who are members of MNEBTSC for application of e-trike franchise. Item number 19 is the proposed resolution authored by the Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo, resolution earnestly requesting the Honorable Secretary Arturo Togade, Department of Transportation, to actively engage and involve the stakeholders of the South Luzon Railway project. Item number 20, Mr. Chair, is the letter from Punong Barangay Cyrus Caballero requesting for a transfer of fund amounting to 40,000 pesos regarding their cash award in the most outstanding Barangay Nutrition Committee. I so move for its approval, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Labadia Jr.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Baldemoro, Mr. Chairman, the subject of my brief speech be included under unfinished business under number 18, Mr. Chairman, if it will be.
Councilor Baldemoro?
Yes,
your
Mr.
comment?
Chair, the matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Labadia was included as item number 18 of the unfinished business.
Any other comment? Councilor Del Rosario?
Mr. Chair, during the last session sa Committee on Transport report, this representation manifested that we should be inviting, particularly in today's session, the representative of PROS Hiroshi, Mr. Dominguez. I would like to ask sa Secretariat po kung napadala ng invitation, Mr. Chair.
The Secretary, please. Was an invitation sent to the representative of PROSA?
There was no communication sent.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, kung mayo, nahili ko po sa gallery si Mr. Dominguez.
Mr.
Dominguez.
Dominguez.
Baka
so,
po.
we include under unfinished business?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If the committee chairman and would accede Councilor Baldemoro, Mr. Another, Mr. Chair, during the report of the Committee on Public Safety, which was rendered by my counterpart, City's senior citizen, Councilor Presnillo, he mentioned about the proposed ordinance prohibiting the sneaking in, smuggling of illegal items in the Naga City District Jail, other detention facilities, halfway houses, and imposing penalties for violation thereof. I would like to move, Mr. Chair, that we discuss this under unfinished business. Dahil gaya po nila na-discuss during the committee.
Okay. So that will be item number
19 and 20, Mr. Chair.
20. Okay. Any other comment? If none, we are now approving our order of business as modified.
Order of business.
By the way, we acknowledge the presence of Councilor Mila Rakid Arroyo. The Secretary will please take note. Next item.
Order of business, special business or order. The endorsement dated November 2, 2017 from the Office of the City Mayor endorsing Barangay Resolution of San Francisco requesting for 20,000 financial assistance for Barangay Foundation Day on December 12 to 14, 2017.
The Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Councilor Greg Abonel.
Mr. Chairman, subject to verification whether or not San Francisco has already availed of the normal assistance for celebration, I move for the granting of the 20,000 peso assistance to Barangay San Francisco for its forthcoming event. So move, Mr.
The
Chairman.
Punong Barangay of San Francisco is incidentally the Liga President, so we can probably ask him if there was already a prior grant of similar assistance. None. So we can probably delete the qualification. Do I hear a second? Without objection, the motion is granted. Next
The
item.
proposed resolution of the Honorable Elmer S. Baldemoro authorizing his honor the City Mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the National Council on Disability Affairs for the establishment of a disability section in the Raul S. Rocco Library, subject to the ratification by the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This pertains to the establishment of a disability section in the Raul Rocco Library, wherein the National Council on Disability Affairs, Mr. Chair, will provide the materials for the said disability section. So, may I move, Mr. Chair, to authorize the City Mayor to enter into a memorandum of agreement with the National Council on Disability Affairs for the establishment of a disability section in the Raul S. Rocco Library or Naga City Public Library, subject to the ratification of the Sangguniang Panlungsod.
Without objection, the same is approved. Councilor Greg Abonal, and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chairman, through the Sangguniang, may we verify for an official response to the question whether or not the current Raul Rocco Public Library on the second floor is being moved down to the first floor. I move for an official inquiry from the Sangguniang regarding the matter, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like that the same be done in today's session? We will request the appropriate official of the city to come.
Who might be the appropriate official, Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Rian Rentoy. Mr. Binluan, we can probably ask him. He should know, being the head of the office.
Mr. Binluan is not the final say regarding the matter, Mr. Chairman.
So, who are you suggesting to be invited in our session?
My motion was for the Sangguniang to officially ask the question. That could be done formally through letter, Mr. Chairman.
To whom should we address the question?
I think that should be addressed to the executive, he being the...
Meaning the city mayor?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so would you like that a letter be sent to the city mayor?
Yes, asking whether or not it is true that there is a plan to move the second floor library to the first floor. And if so, which part of the first floor would be covered?
Okay. I think there is no further issue on the matter being
asked by Councilor Greg Abonal, and therefore the Secretary is instructed to send the corresponding communication. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Before the approval of the proposed resolution, Mr. Chair, I raised my hand because I wanted to clarify.
That is why I have not yet banged the gavel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to clarify whether it means establishing a section, meaning all books and reading materials, particularly for those differently abled, will be established, or is the intention to make the Rocco Library accessible to our differently abled brothers and sisters? Because I believe the mandate of the law is to make such facilities accessible and not to establish a specific section for them. Because establishing a specific section for them means other people deciding on what may be accessible to them, what reading materials may be accessible to them, not the entire library. So may I know what actually is the intention?
Councilor Elmer.
The intention, Mr. Chair, is to establish a disability section within the city library. So there will be a section there for the differently abled person. And the materials will be coming from the National Council on Disability Affairs. As I understand, Mr. Chair, that the city mayor has a pronouncement that the Rocco Library will be transferred to the ground floor to make it more accessible. Yes, Mr. Chair, the entire library.
Again, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
So may we know when actually will the entire library be accessible, meaning when the entire library portion of the Rocco Library will be transferred to the
Can we include that in the query to be sent to the city mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then probably as to the timeline, if that is the case. Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Mr. Chairman, can we take this opportunity that the city administrator is around instead of writing the mayor? The city administrator is the alter ego of the mayor. May we hear from him?
Okay. We acknowledge the presence of Mr. Florencio Mongoso Jr. as well as Mr. Frank Mendoza. We suspend our rules of procedure and request Mr. John Mongoso to approach the podium. First, may we know if you are in the position to respond to the query about the transfer of the Rocco Library from the second floor to the ground floor of the Rocco building.
It's on its way to transferring already.
What do you mean by that?
Nagluluhay-luhay na pong mag-transfer.
There is already a physical transfer that had already commenced? Is that what
Si mga gamit pa lang po, sir, kasi may mga renovations to be made para ma-address na po si accessibility. Hindi ko kabisado ang timetable ni Rico.
Councilor Greg Abonal.
May we know whether the floor area will be similar? The current floor area on the second floor, whether it would be the same floor area on the first floor. Second, with the establishment of the section for the differently abled persons, what would happen to that particular area, a large portion which is now used by the
Resources for the blind.
Resources for the blind. Yeah, I mean, the main question is, would the floor area be similar? I understand that the second floor actually extends all the way, the bottom of which is the blue room. Okay. In which case, I cannot imagine it to be similar, Mr. Chairman.
Jun?
Mas okay po siguro kasi Mr. Binluan ang ano. But as far as I know, si Resources for the Blind will stay on its location right now. Dahil man po siya hihiroon.
Councilor Abonal?
Very clear, Mr. Chairman, that the floor area is going to be significantly reduced. That's for sure.
Okay. Any other query? Councilor Ray Rintoy?
We know from the proponent of the resolution whether he has already sought the imprimatur of the city mayor regarding this purpose, because we for normal practice, Mr. Chairman, and for propriety purposes, we wait for the city mayor to request before this chamber for him to be authorized to enter into any memorandum of agreement. So may we know from the proponent whether he has already sought the imprimatur.
Councilor Baldimoro?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We already talked with the mayor regarding this, and in fact, there is already a scheduled signing of the memorandum of agreement on November 10, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Baldimoro. Is there any other question that will have to be addressed by Mr. Mongoso? If none, we will already excuse him.
Thank you.
Do we have to invite Mr. Rico Binluan, considering the earlier manifestation that he does not have any final say on the matter, on the running of the affairs of the library, or in the transfer of the library from the second floor to the first floor? I heard somebody telling us that earlier. Councilor Greg Abonal?
It's very clear that Mr. Binluan, as the librarian, does not have the final say. The truth of the matter is there is a library policy-making body which never met regarding this matter. I think that a transfer to the library is subject to policy decision and should have been made by the policy-making body, not just one individual.
So what course of action do you suggest, Councilor Abonal?
Originally, we asked the question, Mr. Chairman, as I suggested earlier.
And that was already responded to by Mr. Florencio Mongoso Jr.
Yeah, but not completely. He says there is a better person to answer these questions.
Okay, so what do you propose?
As I move, Mr. Chairman, the question should be officially addressed to the city mayor.
Notwithstanding the manifestation of Mr. Mongoso Jr.
That it is
as city administrator, as alter ego of the mayor?
Notwithstanding, Mr. Chairman. Because as of now, in fact, he says the entire thing is in motion.
Okay, at any rate, we have not issued any contrary instruction to the secretary, right? So the instruction stands, notwithstanding, according to Councilor Greg Abonal, the manifestation of Mr. Mongoso Jr. Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
With the manifestation, Mr. Chair, of Mr. Mongoso, that actually the transfer is now ongoing, therefore decisions have been made, and Mr. Binluan should know about it. So may I move that we invite Mr. Binluan so that he can shed light as far as he knows, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The secretary is instructed to require the attendance of Mr. Rico Binluan the soonest time possible. Okay, for the meantime, we suspend discussion of the pending matter. Councilor Baldimoro?
Mr. Chair, siguro po ang question, ang in question ganyan is the transfer of the library from second floor to the ground floor. Bako po ining proposed resolution ko authorizing the establishment of the disability section. So I still have a pending motion, Mr. Chair, and there is a second. So could we
Who
opt
seconded
upon
the motion? Is there an objection? Okay, Councilor Aquino.
The establishment will definitely entail also the decision on where to place such section. So it will be the resolution of the transfer of the library itself, because if it will be a section of the library, will be determined by the transfer of the library itself. So if the Honorable Baldemoro would consider, maybe we can just temporarily defer consideration of the matter.
Okay. With that, we temporarily defer discussion of this item. We proceed to the next.
The subject matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Joselito S.A. Del Rosario.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, as to the first item, I would like to request our esteemed Councilor Ranyola to handle this. The inquiry of the death of Malu San Joaquin Nueva last November 1, Mr. Chair.
So we will be requesting the presence of Dr. Estrada and then Dr. Carrizosa.
I think through committee hearing, Mr. Chair, sa level.
So we will refer this to the Committee on Health. And yes, Councilor Jose Ranyola.
I have my local health board meeting on Thursday and I will require them to be present.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, sir.
So we are referring this to the local health board, not to the committee of the Sanggunian. Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes.
Okay. So that particular matter is referred to the local health board.
Yes.
Are we expecting the presence of Dr. Ray Carrizosa and Dr. Estrada in that board meeting?
Dr. Estrada is member of the local health board and will require Dr. Estrada to be present.
Okay. Okay. So, thank you, Councilor Ranyola.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Doc Sani. On number 2, Mr. Chair, I would like to...
Yes, Councilor Abonal.
This matter having been brought to the Sanggunian, I think the Committee on Health has to be officially part of that particular meeting, Mr. Chair. So that even as the local health board is meeting, I think officially the health committee has got to be there.
Okay. Will the Honorable Jose Ranyola please invite the members
I
of the
cannot say
committee?
no to my teacher, Your Honor.
Okay. On the second point,
we have Mr. Mungoso, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask just 2 questions.
Okay. The rules remain suspended. Mr. Mongoso Jr.
Sir Jun, ito pong pigahagan ng mga barangay ng mga radio communication and si mga fire extinguishers sa mga educare centers. We would like to ask for an update.
Okay.
Regarding po IGDIO.
The communication equipment has already been bidded out. Unfortunately, there was a failure of bidding. We are now waiting for the new specifications of the communication equipments from the PSO and NCA RRMO for us to rebid the equipments. On the fire extinguishers, we're waiting for the FELJEP's accreditation of all distributors. Kasi pati iyan po, require na may FELJEP's registration ang fire extinguishers. So within the next 2 weeks, hopefully we can already rebid those tools and equipments, Your Honor.
Yep.
Okay.
Iba lang po yan, Mr. Chair. Kasi haloy na pong piggahan at maninikan mga barangay, mga updates. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mongoso Jr. We now proceed to the next item. Yes, Councilor Vidal Castillo.
Regarding to the previous speech, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Del Rosario, considering, Mr. Chairman, that the victim is a relative of Honorable Rigo Del Rosario, and our disposition is to refer this matter to the Health Board, may we request the Dr. Sani Ranyola to the disposition, whatever disposition, to render a report to the Sangguniang Panunsod, Mr. Chairman, considering that the relatives of the victim, gabos po sindangunya nagtatangis dahil po sa pagdara kan sa indang pasyente sa City Hospital na kung saan inaasanin da na matatawan ng solusyon duman panagadan. Kaya inahagat mi po kung ano po ang disposisyon maaramang kan Sangguniang Panunsod.
Of course, we are expecting that a report is going to be rendered. Okay. Going back to item number 2, the secretary has just informed me that Mr. Rico Vinluan is on official leave. Councilor Ballimora.
In the absence of Mr. Rico Vinluan, Mr. Chair, could we ask our colleague to approve the proposed resolution? Anyway po, it will be just a section in the Rocco Library that will be established.
Is there a second? Without objection, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Ballimora. Next item.
Unfinished business, letter dated October 30, 2017.
By the way, can we take up first item number item number 12 and 19 respectively, because I think Attorney Abilino Sales Jr. is here in connection with item number 12, so that I understand he is a very busy person, being a prominent lawyer not only in Naga City but in the entire country, according to Councilor Labadia Jr. Okay. So, okay. So, we take up first item number 12, thereafter number 19.
The letter dated October 20, 2017 of Attorney Abilino V. Sales Jr. addressed to the Honorable City Mayor requesting the city government to execute and sign the deed of absolute sale in favor of his client, J. Strong Builders Corporation, over 2 parcels of land described as lot number 2378-B and lot number 1393, cadastral 290, with an area of 393 square meters.
Anyone? The chairman of the Committee on City Properties, Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in the letter, it states that a conditional sale was entered into between the city and G. Strong Builders Corporation, covering these 2 parcels of land, which was ratified by under Resolution 2003-252. So, I'm not familiar with this matter, Mr. Chair. So I just want to know what will be the purpose for the acquisition of this particular property.
The lot being referred to is the former public library.
Okay. So the one located at the corner Panganiban and Elias Angeles.
That's correct.
So, what I understand is that we sold that particular property to a certain entity.
That is the J. Strong Builders Corporation, who I think is being represented by Attorney Abilino Sales Jr.
So, my query, Mr. Chair, is is the city fully paid of whatever amount that is contained in the contract of sale? So we want to be clarified of all this matter before we can favorably act on the request. Because if we don't know what's the ramification of this particular matter, we cannot act objectively on this request. So with that, I believe Attorney Salis can enlighten us on this particular matter.
Okay. In which case, we suspend our rules of procedure. But before that, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the documents furnished to us under this agenda, the deed of conditional sale was also attached.
That's correct.
Yes, in the resolution ratifying the deed of conditional sale, I was one of the movants then, it being passed in 2003. My question, Mr. Chair, is since there are conditions, may we know if the conditions have been complied with, and this will be answered by the City Treasurer's Office, because the conditions were on payments of the sale price on certain dates. So may we know if the payments were indeed delivered on the dates indicated in the deed of conditional sale? That must be answered. That may be answered by the City Treasurer, and therefore we would need information from the City Treasurer, Mr. Chairman.
Are you moving that we require the presence of Mrs. Gigi Abonal?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and if she could bring with her documents that will help us answer the question.
Is there a second? Without objection, the same is approved. The Secretary is so instructed. For the meantime, do you have any other queries? If not, we suspend temporarily our discussion of this item. Okay? We proceed to the next.
The letter dated November 3, 2017 from Mr. Herbert Dominguez II, Operations Manager, Cebu EV Park Corporation, requesting opportunity to present or answer queries regarding their product.
Who is the representative of PROSA? The rules remain suspended. Kindly approach the podium. Councilor Lito Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, last 2 sessions ago, the Committee on Transport reported the summary of findings as regards the test run conducted by the PSO and PNP. But the committee disposition was to invite also the representatives of the 3 e-trike associations, BMAC, PROSA, and EVWEL.
For the record, kindly state your name.
EVWEL. Then, Mr. During the session, absent was the representative from the PROSA, Mr. Dominguez. So we are calling him based on that.
Okay. Before that, are you Mr. Herbert Dominguez II?
Yes, sir.
You are?
Yes, sir.
You are the operations manager of Cebu EV Park Corporation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you are appearing here in that capacity?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr.
Yes, that's what I wanted to know, Mr. Chairman, if he has an authority from the company. I was advised by one of my colleagues to ask if he's really the representative, Mr. Chairman. So we need to see the authority from Mr. Dominguez, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Dominguez, the second. Councilor Julian Labadia Jr. is asking any written authority from your principal. Do you have?
I don't have, sir, but I think that letter that contains my name, my position, and the company itself, I think it's already proof that I am the authorized representative of the company.
Okay. Councilor Akid Arroyo and then Councilor Del Rosario.
May we know, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Dominguez has with him a copy of that board resolution where the organization endorsed this particular project? Do you have a copy of the board resolution?
Board resolution, no? Board resolution. We don't have.
Do you have or do you not have a copy of the resolution being referred to by Councilor Milarakid Arroyo?
No, I don't have.
Councilor Del Rosario?
But, Mr. Chair, all the communications from Prosa Hiroshi EB Park were signed by Mr. Dominguez. So I think we can entertain him today para makapagpaliwanag man siya. Because all communications, Mr. Chair, since I think 5 months ago or 6 months ago were signed by him representing as representative of the Prosa Hiroshi.
Okay. Councilor Labadia Jr.
I joined the sentiment of the Honorable Lito Del Rosario, but the rights of every member to see the requested authority is being sought. So the particular person, Mr. Chairman, should present his credential, Mr. Chairman. Para sa mga masunod na daw, malinaw na maray na siya talaga.
Okay.
For this moment, some of the members is requesting hain si sayang authority from the board.
Okay. Right now, it was made clear earlier that Mr. Dominguez II
Yes, sir.
does not possess or is not in his possession the documents we are referring to. So the question is, given the manifestation earlier of Councilor Del Rosario, can we allow him to respond to the questions that may be asked by this body? Councilor Rakid Arroyo, and then after you, Councilor Sanchez Jr.
Yes, although Mr. Chair, sayang man po si pagpunta ni Mr. Dominguez, but he is here as representative. Di man po siya nagdigdi in his own person. He is here as representing a group, particularly to present to us a decision of a group. So, he has to have that authority presented to us before we can hear him, because that's his purpose, to present the decision of his organization. Therefore, he has to present an authority, or at the very least, a copy of that resolution where the decision of his organization is contained. Because that's what he's going to present to us. Without that, he actually has nothing to present to us.
Okay. Mr. Dominguez?
Yes, sir.
Was there a resolution passed by the board of your corporation authorizing you to present your program and to represent the corporation before this body?
Actually, sir, there is, because especially we're already here for a year. So I think...
Will you be able to submit that board resolution to this body later?
Yes, sir.
When can you do that?
This afternoon.
This afternoon. You are a resident of what?
Binyan. Binyan, Laguna.
Binyan, Laguna.
So I am the authorized representative here as the operations manager of Cebu EV Park. So this is actually our 4th branch here. So if you're looking for the board resolution, it's been already a year. Okay. Since we are already putting up a business here, so actually nakapag-renew na nga kami. So the board resolution that you're asking for, I can provide later, this afternoon.
Councilor Sanchez Jr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Baka po pwede taman siyang mapaunrahan. Sabi nga ni Mr. Chair, later, ipadara ito pong board resolution na ito. Halip man siya sa ibang lugar, nagpagal naman siyang magdigdi. So, baka tawan itong pagkakataon na siring man kang pigtaot ang pagkakataon, mga chances, duman sa mga nainot sa Senada.
Can we accommodate the request of Councilor Lito Del Rosario, which is apparently seconded by Councilor Sanchez Jr.? Okay. All rise. Okay, so question. Councilor Del Rosario, we will allow Mr. Dominguez, the second to respond to our
Siguro, Mr. Chair, brief introduction from Mr. Dominguez. Bako si sayang sa diri, kundi si product. Tangarig ano man kita kan si comments ta duman sa e-tracking.
Okay, before that, Councilor Salvador del Castillo and Councilor Labadia Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since Mr. Dominguez will be presenting to us, how many minutes shall we allow Mr. Dominguez? 10 minutes? I think that's enough. Or 5 minutes?
Mr. Dominguez, are you going to make a presentation?
May I be allowed just to show a video of
How long will that take?
How long?
it has an 8-minute video.
How many?
8 minutes.
8 minutes. So, non-extendable time of 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
How many?
Non-extendable time of 10 minutes, including the presentation of the video.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Labadia?
Mr. Chairman, parehas po kadtong ginibuta sa BMAC and sa EB Wealth, pig hapot ta si duwang kompanya kung ano si pinaka-program. Ang aram ko, Mr. Chairman, ang ipapadalan dyan, si mga pagdalagan ninda, si mga technical na bagay ito, Mr. Chairman. Siguro, interesado ako, Mr. Chairman, sa issue gusto kang lokal na gobyerno kang Naga na matabangan ang kinapobrehan sa paglaog kang electric tricycle. So, ang primerong hapot, Mr. Chairman, gurano siya kung babakalon cash, kung may baterya siya o igwa o mayo. And ang pangdua, Mr. Chairman, ang gurano ang bayad na itatao kang tricycle, and then how many years bago mapa sa tricycle driver ang issue?
We will allow Mr. Dominguez to respond to that questions after the presentation. So if it is all right, we allow him first to make a presentation. Councilor Del Castillo and then Councilor Ray Enrique.
Baka mas maray na question and answer na lang, Mr. Chair. Primero, kung nalilingaw, nag-present na before us kan si sa indang produkto.
So we will dispense with the presentation.
Siguro question
given the representation duly confirmed that there was a prior presentation.
Yes, okay. Mr. Chair, the presentation was presented in the plenary and I think sa committee level.
Okay, okay.
So probably
we will now allow Mr. Dominguez to respond to the questions raised by Councilor Labadia.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Dominguez?
Okay, thank you. So, Councilor Labadia, your first question regarding the price of our program here for our units. So, we require our drivers to pay 330 per day, including Sundays, which will run up to 4 years. So, the total amount would be 481,000 pesos. And for our battery program, sir, so the question of Councilor Labadia, if whether or not we will include the battery in the unit itself. So what we offered here, sir, is that we exclude the battery. Why? Because of its price. First and foremost, our battery costs 150,000 each, which is not practical for the public utility transport. So if ever our batteries will have a defect, it will not be carried out for our customers. So for short, it is a battery rental, just like just imagine a gasoline program, no? Parang gasolina din siya, na pag nasira yung battery, hindi namin niya kinakarga sa aming mga kliyente. Next, our services here in the company. So this is our 4th branch na. So as you can see, we're operating in Boracay, in Coron, Palawan, and in Mandaue City, Cebu, which is our head office.
Councilor Labadia?
Bako po to si mga hapot ko, kung ligawan na sila kung sain-sain. Ang inahapot ko po lang para sa Naga lang. So ang sinasabi niya, ligaw siyang 330 pesos per day na babayadan kan sa wrong driver in the next 4 years. 330 pesos per day. Sinasabi niya. Ang hapot ko, Mr. Chairman, sa mga hapot ko pala, kung babakalon siya ng cash, gurano, kung kaiba na ang battery o dahil pa.
Okay. So the question, if what is the cost of the e-trike? Number one.
No, 481,000.
How much?
481,000.
On cash basis.
On cash basis. Sir, will it be used for public or private?
Gusto sabihin, may presyo kapag pribado, may presyo kapag sa driver. Ano ang sa pribado?
Pag sa pribado po, ano lang siya, 450.
450. Sa pag sa tricycle, 481.
Ngayon po.
Cash yan, cash.
Cash po yung sa 450.
May baterya na.
Ngayon po.
So, Mr. Chairman, for the
full set po to, Councilor.
For the record, si 481 sa driver, sa pag-private, 400, sa private is 450, and sa driver is 481. Sa cash, iguan na ng baterya. So, ini medyo tarong hapot din, Mr. Chairman. So, pag kung 330 per day sa boundary hulog, Mr. Chairman, gurano ang bayad sa charging kang battery?
Sa battery po, sir, naka-package po kami 350, 350, tulong battery po yan. Yan, per day.
Pero, Mr. Chairman, gusto sabihin, swapping po siya.
Yan po, swapping po kami. We do swapping.
Or sa 350 pesos, tulong business niya pwede ribayan sa iyang battery.
Yan po.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, sa 4 years na yan, Mr. Chairman, ano sinasabing service after sales o sales after service? Ang opisina, ano ang itataong garantiya sa mga driver na yaon sila, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, sir. So,
by the way, do you understand Bicol
ayun man po.
dialect? Okay.
Ayun man po.
Okay.
Ayun po. So, gabos po ng branches me, no? So, yaon dyan gabos ng after sales parts, tapos standby technician, igawa po kami. And yan po ang kang swapping station, hindi lang siya swapping station, repair center din siya. So, all the parts na needed ng kanang customer, yan po yan dyan. Yan ang garantiya mismo sa mga kliyente.
Any other question?
Paano, Mr. Chairman, mas mahal ang sa driver compare sa pribado?
Ayun po, salamat po. So, ini kaya po, sir, mayo kaming since well-funded po ang company, hindi po kami naglaog sa financing, may mga interest po bagayan. So, parang since direct sindang nakaano sa muya, syempre, dahil kami naghahagad ng down payment. So, upon turnover of units, saka lang pumapuan kaya daily. So, parang syempre, parang mag-ano man kami kang return of investment tiglang kami man itong mga naka-boundary hulog.
Mr. Chairman, ano kaya ang sinasabi, cash, kung babakalon kang cash, why is it? Kaya po mong financing sa driver, kung cash mo ibabakalon, paano 481 ka? Kaya kung nahihiling, Mr. Chairman, ang logic.
Boundary hulog po yan, kagawad.
Hindi, bako man kaya
the question earlier is that if a private individual is going to buy your unit, you said the cost is 450. That's on a cash basis.
Yes, sir.
But if your buyer is a tricycle driver who will be paying your unit in cash, you told us that the purchase price is higher, and that is 481,000 pesos. In other words, there is a difference of 31,000 pesos. The question is, why is that so?
Hindi, ito pong ang cash na itong po ba yan? For private use or for public? Iba po kaya ang program pag itong pangkayod sa private individual? Usually, dahil man kami kayan sa mga resorts man lang ang private, talaga ang program lang is for yung paprangkisahan.
Sa chairman din niya naintindihan kaya si Hapot, tabangan ko na lang siya. operation manager, ang hapot so bago sa cash basis, ang ini-explain mo palan, itong 481 is 330 per day in 365 days a year in 4 years. That is 481. O di din ako nagkagulo pa so bago kung aram mo ang sinasabi mo. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, ining 481,800, bako man iniyo ning cash. 330 per day in 4 years, 481,000. Ang hapot, Mr. Chairman, kung ako driver, tapos na si pagbayad ko, itong battery sa kuya na, matausin lang battery bago, or si luma kung battery ang gagamiton ko, ano ang mangyayari, Mr. Chairman, dahil boundary hulog ini?
Please respond to the question.
Dahil po, kabali ang battery sa Barakalan, Your Honor.
So, paano, Mr. Chairman, magdalagan kung dahil nabakal kang driver si battery?
Dahil po, ang ano kaya, ang swapping mo kaya, so yaon lang yan dyan, parang gasoline station mo siya, so dahil ka mawawaran po ng battery. Continuous ang supply.
So, ang gusto sabihin, Mr. Chairman, ang negosyo ninda will continue dahil sa battery. Dahil man talaga masasadiri kang driver, si sa iyang unit, mamangyari siyang independensya dahil ang bayad na siya ng 481, araal daw pa siya mabayad ng 350 pesos para duman sa battery. Kung tama ang pagkaintindi ko, Mr. Chairman.
Apparently.
Harap kaya.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
So, clarify yun na lang po. Kung mabakal cash, maski si isay mabakal ka yan, 450. Maski si isay mabakal.
Ano po na? For private use or for ano?
Would that matter? Would that matter kung si isay
yes.
mabakal? Kung cash?
Opo, pag ano po kaya, pag itong private individual, yan po yung nagpo-full set kami, yung may charger and battery, na itong hapot ni Kagawad Labadilla.
Okay, so kung cash, pero ang mabakal driver gagamiton niya sa for public transport, mas mahal pa man giraray, mas gumataong cash, 481 ang itataong cash. Tama?
Ay po.
So 481 dahil may kaibanan pa kamo kanya na service para sa charging.
Ay po.
Kung halimbawa private individual ang mabakal, pag mapa-charge siya, mabayad man giraray sa indo.
Ay po.
So anong diferensya?
Pero ano po to, may private individual, dahil na po, may full set na siya eh.
So kung ma-charge siya, kasi siyempre dahil man yung forever, may laog ang battery, ta ginagamit, di ba?
Ay po.
So pag charge na kang battery, mapa-charge sa indo, may bayad mong giraray.
Igwa po.
So anong difference?
Dahil po, ang ano lang kayan, kung halimbawa, siyempre may operational hours lang kami pag sa swapping. So pag ang private individual, nagbakal ng sa diri niyang full set, so mayo na siyang ano sa kontrol sa oras niya. Kumbaga dahil siya magsabay sa operational hours mi.
Pero ang charge kay anindo, ang bayad pagpapa-charge ay depende kung perang beses din mapa-charge regardless of whether you're a public utility or not, di ba? Halimbawa private ako, mapa-charge ako sa indo every 6 hours. Ang bayad pareho man ginaray dahil ang rate is per charge.
Po.
So dahil may naiintindihan, siguro reviewin doon sa indong policy, no? So data siya pwedeng kumbaga salaan kayan mo niyan because that's your policy, but it has to be explained. Ano ang reason ta iba kung ma-cash or not? When in fact, advantage nga niya mo kung ma-cash. Diba? So dapat mas dakol ang advantage din doon sa mabakal ng cash. Okay. So paki-clarify lang po siguro, right now that's not clear to us. Kung ano ang reason kang difference kung private or public, samantalang pag nag-charge sa indo, pareho mong giraray ang bayad. So paki-clarify lang po. Pangduwa, pag halimbawang na fully pay na kang driver under the boundary hulog system, ang babayadan na lang sa indo syempre is itong pagpapacharge. So the same ang giraray, di ba? Siguro ka man lang nakabakal na ngayong cash. Nahihiling mo yung situation. So, magbabayad mong giraray sa indo pag nagpapacharge, pero pag nagdiferensya na ba ang battery, halimbawa fully paid na si driver, pag nagdiferensya ang battery, riribayan mong giraray ng nindo habang nagcha-charge pa siya?
Ay po. So, tapos diamond po yung carried out duman sa client.
So, kumbaga continuous siya even after full payment.
Apo. Tagaraman lang po yan, nagbakal ka ng kotse, dahil man kaibanan ang gasolina. So, syempre, ang battery mo parang gasolina eh.
Yes, of course. That's why dapat mayong difference kung nag-cash or nag-powder hulog. Diba?
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chairman, lalo akong naribong sa explanation dahil pag nagbakal ka, ka ng obligasyon naman sa binakalan mo. Pagbayad ka na. And pero niya, nagluluwas na maski pabayad ka na, binakal mo na si unit, magpaparaburubulta ka giraray sa enda. That will be disadvantageous, particularly doon sa mga drivers na gusto tang tabangan.
Okay.
Sige, kaya I suggest, tama itong Councilor Miles, mas maray siguro i-review ninda. Otherwise, I will not, ako personally, baka dahil na makakuha ng favorable endorsement from me.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Any other questions? If none, we will now excuse Mr. Dominguez. Councilor Del Rosario?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although sa test run, Mr. Chair, yung mga units sinda nag-qualify. Duman sa parameters sa pag-set, nag-qualify man. But board niya talaga ito na ipaliwanag sa itong tultul kung paano ang operational side concern. Just for the record, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, what is clear insofar as PROSA is concerned is that even after the driver has completed the payment period, he will still be tied up to PROSA. He cannot avail of the services of any provider in order to charge his battery. Diba? So this is the difference insofar as the two other proponents are concerned, because the two would make the driver totally independent after full payment of the unit. Whereas PROSA, the driver will still have to avail of whatever services being offered for a fee, which is 350 for a full charge battery per day. Okay? So, you are now excused, Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you, Councilor. Thank you, Honorable Vice Mayor.
Okay. The rules are reinstated. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Ipapa-refresh ko lang po. Ano po ba ang pending? I think Councilor Del Rosario would be able to answer. Ano po ba ang pending doon sa PROSA? Because there were 3. Hindi tapig aproban sinda.
The request for franchise.
Correct. What did we do the last time? There were 2 na fully who fulfilled all the requirements, inaproban ta na to. Sinda, mayo ka, sinda, dahil sinda pig-aproban. So, right now, there is no approval for them yet, Mr. Chairman.
If there is a motion, but there is none. Councilor Del Rosario?
For the information of Councilor Abonal, during the committee hearing, it was stated na sa plenary po iimbitaran si tulong representatives kang tulong kumpanya, EVWealth, BMAC, and PROSA. However, during the session, only 2 came, EVWealth and BMAC, Miss Pedron. Absent po si taga PROSA. Kaya po pigmanifesta na sa sunod na session mag-abot po siya. Kaya po yaon siya ko niya sa session.
Okay. So, with that, we proceed to the next item. Councilor Del Castillo.
Can we go back to the matter pertaining to the
involving item number 12?
Item number 12.
We are still awaiting for Mrs. Gigi Abonal and the documents that are needed for us to be well informed of the surrounding circumstances of this item. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Mr. Chair, in fact, those documents should also be possessed by the concerned party because the documents concerns proof of payment.
That's correct. The secretary had told me that Mrs. Abunal is in the process of gathering all these documents, and once she is able to get all these documents, she will immediately come to this hall.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but if the concerned party, as represented by Attorney Sales, has those documents.
We will have to ask him.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's why I am making this representation.
Okay. So we suspend our rules of procedure and request Attorney Abilino Sales Jr. to approach the podium. Kindly enlighten us about this particular item, in particular as to proof of compliance with the terms and conditions of the deed of conditional sale.
Good morning, Your Honors. On April 29, 2003, the city government of Naga entered into a contract denominated as a deed of conditional sale over the properties which is actually that parcel of land with a commercial building found in the corner of Panganiban Avenue and Elias Angeles Streets. The agreed price was for 21,186,000 pesos, which per contract was supposed to be paid in 3 tranches, in 3 installments. The first one, the first installment being the amount of 10 million pesos, which was paid upon the execution of the deed of conditional sale. The second installment was paid on November 30, 2003, which was for the sum of 7 million pesos. The balance of 4,186,000 was per agreement between the city government and the Naga J. Strong, the J. Strong Builders Corporation, was for that third installment to be paid once the city government has already obtained a certificate of title over the property. So, because in 2003, those 2 parcels of land that were subject of the deed of conditional sale were unregistered. So, the office of the city legal officer filed an application for and in behalf of Naga City Government to have those 2 parcels of land registered. The petition was raffled off to RTC Branch 19, and sometime in 2013, the properties were then registered because the presiding judge ordered the Commissioner of Land Registration Authority to enter the decree of registration and thereby ordering the city register of deeds to issue the corresponding original certificate of title, which was gotten by the personnel of the office of the Urban Affairs Office. So the owner's duplicate copy of the original certificate of title covering these 2 parcels of land is now in the custody of the UPAW. Now, per agreement also in the deed of conditional sale, after the buyer shall have already effected full payment, then the corresponding deed of absolute sale shall then already be executed by the city mayor in representation of the city government of Naga. Now, it's just unfortunate, Your Honor, that I was unable to bring with me the official receipts of the 3 payments. But my word, I think, will be corroborated and perhaps be made more accurate when the city treasurer shall have already shown to you the copies of the official receipts for the 3 payments effected by J. Strong Builders. So basically, the letter that I have sent to the city mayor of Naga was precisely to effect that final agreement between the buyer and the seller for now the city government of Naga to ink the deed of absolute sale so that finally the certificate of title will now be transferred to J. Strong Builders Corporation.
Okay. Any questions from the members of this body? Councilor Del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Greg Abonel.
So,
incidentally, the treasurer is now before us, whose presence is being acknowledged. Mrs. Gigi
First,
Abonel.
Mr. Chairman, apparently, as per the explanation of Atty. Salis, that property was already titled in the name of the city government of Naga.
That's correct.
So with that, there is no more impediment for the city to execute the necessary deed of absolute sale covering that particular property. Considering further that based on the words of Atty. Salis, the purchase price was already fully paid to the city government of Naga. And since the city treasurer is already around, may I request that this treasurer be given time to tell us whether the purchase price of 21 million plus was already totally paid to the city government of Naga.
Okay. Mrs. Abonel.
Yes, good morning everybody. I am very sorry po, I'm not ready for the question being raised by the Honorable Del Castillo because we were not informed kung ano po talaga what we were going to present. All the while we thought that it was all about real property taxes. So please give us time. We'll research on that first. Thank you.
Will you be able to get the needed documents in a short while, or?
I'll try it, sir. But it's 2014. The date was 2014. So we're going to research pa muna.
I am sure with respect to the first 2 payments, I have personal knowledge about these 2 payments. My concern is with respect to the last installment payment, and that is for the sum of 4,186,000 pesos.
Yes, sir. We'll look at it.
You are telling us that this was paid sometimes in 2014?
I thought I had.
May we know from Attorney Abelino Salis Jr. if you know when payment was made?
I think, to the best of my recollection, it was in December of 2014.
December of 2014. So that will make easier your job of looking for the official receipt.
Your Honors, I communicated with my client for her to personally bring over the receipts so that we can have a closure on this, please.
Okay.
So I can may I just ask for the matter of the presentation of the official receipts to be called later, yes.
Okay. Before that, Councilor Del Castillo and then Councilor Greg Abonel, he was raising his right hand earlier. Okay, so that's already done. And then, so after Councilor Del Castillo, Councilor Akid Arroyo.
So,
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, with all these information, may I move that this matter be referred to the Committee on City Properties so that we can hold a committee hearing on Friday, just to treat this particular matter.
Although if the necessary information could already be given us today, there may be no need for further
That would be better, Mr. Chairman.
hearing. Inasmuch as there was a representation that J. Strong Builders Corporation or its representative will be coming to bring the necessary documents, so we will have to await for that. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the presentation of J Builders, J Strong Builders, or in the presentation of the Vendi, Mr. Chair, may we also request information as to compliance with the condition stated under number in the deed of conditional sale, condition number number 5, I think.
Condition number 5.
Number 5, that the Vendi shall recognize
to my understanding, Your Honors, the rents, present rents, have already accrued to the vendee, to the buyer. And I think, again, to the best of my understanding, the buyer has faithfully complied with its undertaking as read by Councilor Arroyo, Your Honor. It has faithfully complied with it by respecting the terms and conditions of the lease contracts the Naga City government had previously contracted with lessees, Your Honor.
Okay. So if there is no more question, we will suspend again temporarily our discussion of this particular item. We are awaiting for the documents coming from J. Strong Builders Corporation and or from the City Treasurer's Office. Councilor Greg Abonel.
Mr. Chairman, just a clarification. All we're waiting for now is proof, receipt, proof of payment of the last.
That's correct.
We're not looking for the first and the second anymore, Mr. Chair.
We're not looking for
the first and the second. It's the last one that has to be confirmed.
Earlier we were saying proof of payment for the entire amount. I was saying that I have personal knowledge that the first two payments were in fact duly made by the buyer, but it may be better for the buyer to show us the three receipts.
Okay, so may we therefore advise Attorney Sales that we would need all three, not just the last one. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
We do that.
So with that, this item is temporarily deferred. Councilor Del Castillo. We take a break.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ang People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapa sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Rugid Arroyo bilang vice chair, Chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa pleb, mag-apod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurok kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligasyon sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na maining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang makali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalintura na ning duwang aldaw, asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongan. Parabangan ta pong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw ta pong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Helang malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office.
Okay, we resume our session. We are still in item number 12 of the unfinished business. I think Attorney Sales Jr. is ready with the official receipts showing full payment of the consideration.
Your Honor, we have brought the receipts, but I think it will be better if the City Treasurer will just be the one to state for the record whether or not payment has in fact been effected.
So we request Mrs. Gigi Abonal. The rules are suspended.
Yes, sir. The full payment for the sale of the library was paid under OR number 668116 on December 2, 2014 in the amount of 4,186,000. It was receipted by the cashier, Maria Socorro Gayanilo.
Okay. Do you have receipts for the two other payments?
I don't have them, sir, on file, but I have the OR number for the 10 million, but for the 7 million, I only have the note from the Office of the City Accountant.
What does it say?
On March 1, 2004, sir, Mr. Villesa, the then City Treasurer, issued an endorsement, and it was stated in there that the payment was made under OR number 9841876, May 8, 2003, in the amount of 10 million. And then, sir, in the note made by the city accountant, it appears here that on January 29, 2004, ang Jeff number is number 393 sa general fund. A payment of 7 million was made for the sale of library from the Journal of Collection and Deposit.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the deed of conditional sale, the payment was supposed to be made on or before November 30, 2003. The payment of the 7 million. So may we know the implication of the late delivery of the payment?
Gigi, can we be clarified as to the date of payment of the sum of 7 million?
According to the note of the accountant, sir, it's January 29, 2004.
January
Sa
29,
Jeff, sir.
2004. In other words, there is a delay of about 2 months.
2 months.
Is the delays sufficient to rescind or nullify the contract? I think that is not that material. Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
I think, Mr. Chair, considering that the delay is only for 2 months and the fact that the payment was accepted without condition, I think that's considered acceptance without condition.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Salvador del Castillo?
Just a clarification, Mr. Chairman. On the note of the city accountant, the note of the city accountant states that the journal entry voucher was dated January 29, 2004. It's not the date.
That is not the date of payment.
It's not the date of payment, but the date it was taken up in the books of account of the city.
Is there any indication in the document as to the date of payment of the amount of 7 million?
I'm sure, Mr. Chair, that the date of payment is prior to January 29 because the journal entry voucher was entered in the books January 29.
Okay, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So with this, can we now pass the a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute the deed of sale. Yes, Councilor Akida Roya.
Yes, another clarification, Mr. Chair. On number 3 of the conditional deed of sale, it says that there will be a reduction of 24,000 per square meter if that the entire property will be titled in the name of the city government. So, may we know from Attorney Sales if the fact that they paid the entire consideration as contained in the deed of conditional sale of over 21 million, does it mean therefore that the entire property have been titled in the name of the city government?
Yes, Your Honor, we have gotten the entire 393 square meter as agreed upon in the April 29, 2003 deed of conditional sale.
Okay. Okay.
We are not asking for any reimbursement, Your Honor. We got the full area for the full amount that we paid.
Okay.
Thank you.
By the way, have you seen Attorney Sales the copy of the title?
Yes, Your Honor. I was the one who told the UPAW personnel that the Register of Deeds of Naga City has already in his possession the owner's duplicate copy as well as the registry copy of the OCT in the name of the city government of Naga over this property subject of the conditional sale.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Sales.
Thank you.
So, with this, Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, with all the clarification, Mr. Chairman, so I move that we pass a resolution authorizing His Honor the City Mayor to enter into a deed of absolute sale involving the said property.
Without objection, the motion is approved. Thank you, Attorney Sales. Thank you, Mrs. Abonal. Thank you. We now proceed to the next item.
Unfinished business, item number 1. The letter invitation to Mr. Gilberto Ursua to attend in today's regular session with respect to the function of job order workers who will be appointed as casual employees in the date when they were originally hired, and also the letter of the Human Resource Management Officer submitting the list of employees who will be appointed as casual employees in the city government.
Any comment on this? What is the main matter pending before us? I think it has something to do with the requisite funding requirement. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chairman, the matter pertains to the listing of those job order employees who will be converted into casual employees. That matter was taken up during the committee hearing of the Committee on Appropriations and duly reported to this body. And this body, Mr. Chair, approves the report of the Committee on Appropriation, but with the with some information that we should be informed of who are those job order employees and what are the, when are they employed in the city government of Naga, and what are the duties of these employees. But aside from that, we have some concern with the Human Resource Management Officer, which it's not apparent, but he keeps on ignoring the invitation of this body for so many instances. The Human Resource Management Officer ignores the summon of this body, although we do not have that contempt powers, but under the rules of court, we can petition the court to cite any person in contempt if that person keeps on snubbing this body. I don't know whether the requested information was contained in the letter, Mr. Chairman.
Can we check? But before that, Councilor Greg Abonal, you were raising your right hand. Left.
Mr. Chairman, in lieu of the attendance of the Human Resource Officer, he sent a listing of supposedly job order employees who were supposed to have been appointed casual from job order therefore to casual effective September 1. Like before, Mr. Chairman, the column that lists office or assignment again is not, I'm sure, is not specific nor accurate. I have spotted at least 2 names that are under one office but are actually working in a different
You are
area.
referring to, kindly state the names.
Okay, I am looking at number 12 and number 14. They are listed under City Mayor's office, whereas in fact they are actually physically working at the Office of Senior Citizens Affairs. And the Office of the Senior Citizens Affairs is technically under CSWD, not Mayor's office. We've been very meticulous about the listing, Mr. Chairman, because you know, some offices, as was pointed out in the last committee hearing that I attended, na there may be employees that are charged to an office just because it has the funds, but the actual work is elsewhere. You know, in this particular case, bistado ko kay Mr. Chairman si Duan na talagang dyan nagtatrabaho kung pa ito. But why are they being charged to the City Mayor's office? Or at least that's what the report indicates. Given that it is possible na of the 61 or so listed, 62 in the list, it is possible, Mr. Chairman, na there may be others who are actually assigned elsewhere but are listed under a different office. It is probable, in fact, that numbers 42 to 61, it is probable that 1 or 2 or many of them are working elsewhere but are listed as assigned to SWMO. This was already pointed out in the last meeting of the committee, Mr. Chairman. So I would ask therefore for Mr. Ursua to clear the record and say where these people are actually assigned, not where their salaries may be charged. Much earlier, Mr. Chairman, I warned this sort of practice makes it possible for ghost employees.
Given this, we cannot favorably act on the request emanating from the office of the City Mayor. Can we therefore send out a communication not only addressed to the City Human Resource Management Head but also to the Mayor of our predicament, and likewise to the concerned employees, so that the blame could not be put on us. Okay. Councilor Salvador del Castillo and Councilor Del Rosario thereafter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the actuations and actions of the Human Resource Management Officer, Mr. Chair, it pains me to make a motion. But as an institution, I believe that we should uphold the honor and authority of the Sangguniang Palunsong. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we pass a resolution petitioning the court to declare Mr. Huberto Orsua in contempt for constantly refusing to appear before the Sangguniang Palunsong. So I move, Mr. Chairman.
Is there an objection? Councilor Greg Abonal.
My objection, Mr. Chairman, is that we go through the process. The department head is under the mayor. We address the city mayor first before we go to court. We ask the city mayor to either, if he understands the predicament, to order his subordinate to appear before us. I think that's the process that should be followed, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Joselito del Rosario.
Sa kuya, Mr. Chair, nakapasa na po si resolution unless po nag-object si Councilor Abonal. Sa kuya po, ang pangapunan ko sa Office of the Mayor is to relieve Mr. Orsua sa position niya because of inefficiency and conduct unbecoming of a public official. Ang public official, Mr. Chair, pwede kitang umahon, pwede kitang tuyawon, pwede kitang mudahon, dahil sinisilduhan kita because public official kita. Dahil man kita exempted dyan. Dahil man na pwedeng ang aakuon para umahon lang kita. Dahil man pwede yan eh. Dapat ready kita na atubangon yan. Whether tuyawon kita sa sanggunian or sa man na forum, tuyawon kita, umahon kita sa sanggunian o sa man na forum, etc. etc. Dapat ready kita kayan. Iyan dapat ang public official. Lalo na ta department head. Dapat maintindihan niya kan mga department head sige sa City Hall. And kita mo po, aram ko naiintindihan tayong kabos. Makulog lang talaga na for several times si Mr. Orsua, although amigo taman, failed to appear. Kung na mundo man sa inot, dapat carry on lang. Dapat nakabubuon siya. Because, yun na nga yan. Kuya kita, public officials kita kabos. Public officials kita. Ano? Ang iba nga po, pag pinapaabot tayo, even the city administrator, masalangkaw sa iya, yaon tulos. Ang budget officer, ang accountant, yaon tulos. Inilugod na trabaho niyang routinary, na simple lang kung naintindi niya ang trabaho niya, routinary, at least dapat ko tayo, yaon siya. Because routinary. Mayo man siyang discretion igdi. Because it's the mayor, ang igwaning diskresyon, igwaning authority. Ang trabaho niya lang i-implement ang gusto ng mayor. Ngunyan dahil simple lang, ang pinapagibo sa ito appear, kung nakulugan siya, nasa iya man yan. But because, kadakol man bagay hindi nag-i-appear igdi, Mr. Chair, sa sanggunian. Kadakol man nag-i-appear igdi. Pigdadangog ta, pigsisitar ta, inuumaw ta. Kapos man, maya man kitang pag tama, inuumaw ta man. Pag sara, kukudisan ta man kadikit. Kaya sa ili ko, Mr. Chair, for the meantime po na nagpipetition kita sa court, I'm asking the city mayor through the I therefore move, Mr. Chair, that we request the city mayor to relieve Mr. Orsua from his position as HRMO and to...
Can we go back to that motion because we are not yet settled as to the first? Okay, we will go back to you. Councilor Rian Rintoy.
Just to answer the manifestation of Councilor Abonal, if you will recall, this representation moved that we direct the Secretary to communicate with the City Mayor regarding the continuing refusal to appear before this chamber with regard the appearance of Mr. Orsua. So at this point in time, may we know whether the Mayor has responded to the communication that this chamber has sent him? May we know from the Secretary.
The Secretary, please.
We received no response, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, Councilor Elmer Ballimoro.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chair. May I know po from the Secretariat if the letter inviting Mr. Ursua is directly sent to him or through the city mayor?
The Secretary.
The letter was only sent to Mr. Ursua, Mr. Chair.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Did we wrote a letter to the mayor informing that we are inviting Mr. Ursua?
We did not, Mr. Chair.
In that case, Mr. Chair, maybe the point of Honorable Abunal is to write first the mayor, if the other member would agree, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we already did that. We, in fact, it was corroborated by the secretary that a communication was already sent to the mayor. And up to now, there is no response. So I believe that aside from my motion, which was already duly seconded, the motion of the Honorable Del Rosario is in order.
I think the matter wherein the Secretary has sent the communication directly addressed to the city mayor pertains to another issue. But with regards to this one, the letter was addressed to Mr. Huberto Ursua himself. Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Then may we clarify with the Secretary of the Sanggunian what letter was sent to the mayor and when it was received? The letter which the Secretary said the mayor has not responded to yet.
The Secretary.
The letter was dated October 11, 2017, Your Honors. And may I read to you the content of the letter addressed to the city mayor? I have been directed by the Sangguniang Palunsod during the regular session to kindly seek your assistance by directing Mr. Huberto I. Ursua, City Human Resource Management Officer, to stop from defying but rather to respect the invitation of the Sangguniang Palunsod as his non-appearance causes delay in disposing urgent matters like your request for appropriation of compensation for 55 new job order contractuals to the detriment of concerned city government employees, hoping that this request will merit your favorable consideration. Thank you. Signed by this representation, copy furnished the city administrator and Mr. Huberto Ursua. The letter was received on October 11, 2017.
Councilor Greg Abonal.
Given that, Mr. Chairman, I would take these steps. One, the suggestion of Councilor Del Rosario for the city mayor to immediately relieve Mr. Ursua. But at the same time, I think we should communicate to the mayor that already there was a motion to bring this out of Sangguniang, bring it to court. That should really serve, notice to the mayor that we're serious about this matter. Baka naman within ourselves, within the city government, baka kundi sana the mayor should take action. Sana.
Okay. So we go back to the motion earlier made by Councilor Salvador del Castillo. Do I hear a second? Is there an objection? Okay, there being an objection, those in favor of the motion, kindly raise your right hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Those against?
1.
Abstention?
2 or
2. What about the Honorable Jose Ranyola? So 3. By a vote of 6 in favor, 1 against, and 3 abstention, the motion is considered approved. In connection with this, may I pose the question? Who will prepare the petition for indirect contempt? And who will sign it? Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, it's the duty of the legal officer. It's an official action of the Sangguniang Panlunsod. The legal officer is duty bound to prepare the pleadings.
Okay.
To be filed before the court.
What about the signatory thereon? Should it be the mayor? Being the local chief executive?
It's already an official act of the city, Mr. Chair. The Sangguniang Panlunsod. We are an independent body.
Meaning, who in the Sangguniang? All of us? Or all those who voted in favor of the motion?
Since it's the role of, Mr. Chairman, we are observing the role of majority, I believe that the presiding officer can do so. As being the presiding officer of the Sangguniang Panlunsod. In the head of this body.
May I therefore express my reservation, inasmuch as I have yet to be clarified as to the extent of the authority of the Sangguniang Panlunsod with respect to the filing of a petition for indirect contempt. Allow me some time. Allow me some time. I am not saying that I will not perform the direction entailed in the disposition of the Sangguniang Panlunsod, but allow me some time to check on this and to report to you thereafter, if that is all right. Okay. So can we also include in the resolution or with respect to the preparation thereof by the city legal officer, unless you find it superfluous? Because the city legal officer may look for an instruction. Knowing him and being under the executive branch. Diba? At any rate, probably later on, after certain queries in my mind have been clarified. Now, on the motion of Councilor Del Rosario, is there an objection? Yes, Councilor Labadia Jr.
Ang resolution na hinahagad sa tuyong alkalde na i-relieve, though de mga nagdadangog sa gossip sana o sa chismis, pero just for the record, Mr. Chairman, si hinadangog ko, gusto ko lang itawan emphasis sa session na si head kang HRMO is already wanted to resign, pero ang aram ko pinugulan siya, and then kung isasabihin ipapadarata si resolution na i-relieve siya, nagluluwas na maybe just expressing my thought, Mr. Chairman.
Nonetheless, you are not objecting to the motion. Okay. There being no objection to the motion, the same is approved. Meanwhile, I was suggesting earlier that we inform the city mayor that we cannot act on the request because of certain informations that we need, which cannot be provided, and certain questions that will have to be clarified that cannot be clarified in the absence of the human resource officer. And for another communication, probably addressed to all concerned employees, that the same request cannot be acted upon, and we cannot be blamed therefore for this. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
That also brings to fore, Mr. Chair, the question as to whether there is actually that things are going on actually properly at the HRMO. Because if it is, then Mr. Baborsua could just have sent a representative who could answer our questions, because he is not the HRMO. He is only the officer, the head thereof. There must be other officers there or employees who could answer our question. But he has not sent any representative.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So, are you amenable on my suggestion that we send the corresponding communication? That for the meantime, the request cannot be acted upon, given the reasons. Okay? So, given your conformity, the Secretary is so instructed. Okay? We proceed to the next item.
Letter dated October 20, 2017, inviting in today's regular session Engineer Joel Martin of the Solid Waste Management Office with respect to the proposed ordinance of the Honorable Baldemoro establishing the guidelines on the operation and management of the Naga River Transport System. Also, in connection with this matter, we also include the letter of the City Accountant on the statement of expenditures of the Naga City River WAPs, and the letter of Engineer Martin submitting updates on the status of the transport system together with the proposed business plan.
Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request, Mr. Chair, Engineer Joel Martin to present the Naga River Transport System Action Plan.
Okay, we suspend our rules. Engineer Martin, if ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the honorable body. This is the Naga River Transport System Action Plan. For your information, for the information of the body, Mr. Chairman, we have been operating the tourist boat, the two transport system since September of 2014, and we have already acquired the necessary requirements prior to its operation. Number one is the Bay and River license, Mr. Chairman, the certificate of compliance from the Marina, the tonnage measurement, the minimum safe manning certificate, the passenger ship safety certificate, the certificate of the Philippine Registry, and the certificate of ownership. Last February 26, because we have already sent a letter to the chairman, to the commissioner of the Marina National Office, Mr. Chairman. Last February 26 of 2015, we have received a letter from the head of the agency. Next slide. Confirming and saying that the Naga City can operate the two tourist boats with its purpose as a river transport system within the Naga River jurisdiction. Next slide. This is the certificates, Mr. Chairman, which I have been discussing, and if we could be permitted by the Honorable Sanggunian to have the city government, the resolution we are requesting through the Office of the Solid Waste and the Special Projects to operate the said transport systems, Mr. Chairman. Given the presentation We have already completed all the requirements, Mr. Chairman, the life-bring buoys, the life vest jackets, the buckets, which, the next slide, please, which have been requiring to us by the Marina. And this is the operational guidelines for the operation of the two tourist boat and transport system, which will probably would start 6 a.m. in the morning to 9 a.m. in the morning, and 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And during the idle time, 9 a.m. to 4, we will be allowed to have these units be rented by some interested private entity at the rate of at least 1,500 per hour rental. And we propose, Mr. Chairman, a 5 peso pay rate for each student, senior citizens, and some interested passengers that would avail the facility for that purpose, Mr. Chairman.
Any comment, question from this body? Councilor Greg.
I couldn't find it in the papers, Mr. Chairman, but hanggang po saan ang permitted na biyahon kang motorboats ta?
Mr. Chairman, we are only permitted within the jurisdiction of the Naga City or the Naga River area only. Outside of the jurisdiction, Mr. Chairman, maybe we can ask the Marina if we will be permitted for that.
But currently, therefore, ang permit hanggang sa jurisdiction ng Naga, because that's a very limited space, Mr. Chairman. Secondly, from the time na nagkaigwa kita ng bangka, the accountant does not have a report on income, no matter how meager it may have been. Nagkaigwa po ba ng chance na magkaigwa kita ng income, official or unofficial income?
Engineer?
Ini po kaya, Mr. Chairman, nag-operate po ini, tamayo pamanggitan ng resolution. Dahil kita pwedeng i-allow na maghagad po ng payer duman sa mga interesado. But ang instruction po kasatuyang Chief Executive, kung gustong magtao just for the consumption of the unit, ito po tinutugutan ta. Pero kaya po may request. Most of the time, Mr. Chairman, anas lang po siya request, kaya mayo po kita ng income para po dito. But if we will be permitted, Mr. Chairman, siguro po makaka-include na po kita ng income, hali po duman sa paggamit ng units. After, maybe, Mr. Chairman, we will be allowed and given to us, to the city government, the requested resolution for the operation of the city under the Solid Waste Management Office or the Special Concerns Office.
Yeah, okay. One last question lang po, Tavi. Assuming na nag-ooperate na kita, what would be the cost? What would be the cost of running one boat per day? Meaning, si konsumo sa krudo, susuldo sa mga tao, and all the other items that may be necessary. On a per boat basis, what would be the cost?
Mr. Chairman, nakalaag po dyan sa target revenue ta po. But that has to be corrected. 50 pakarelan po yan na Mr. Edgar Sonoros, yung mga staff may. Ang unit po is 485, 2 units po yun eh. So nasa 900,000 po siya. Ang expected po na revenue, at least mga bako po siyang 6,000 per kuyan lang po siya. 3,600 per day. Saka po, iyan pong 30 maximum round trips. Sa Duana po yan na Baruto, gusto pong sabihin, 15 maximum round trips po siya. At ako nga isang round trips, Mr. Chairman, kuyan lang siya, one way. 10 hours po siya. Tapos po sa rental, pigasuggest me mga 1,500 per hour. Duman po yan sa mga private entity. Expecting mga 9,000 pesos po siya every day. Totaling to at least 15,000, Mr. Chairman. Kaya lang po, si gastos ta, doon sa overhead costing ta. We will be, for the cost of fuel, mga 7,410 siya. Si labor cost po, mga 1,890 pesos. Ang kwenta, Mr. Chairman, pigkorekta na po ini yung ROI. Ang ROI po pwedeng mga kuyanas na siya, mga 1,394 pesos. And that would entail the city to a break-even time of 1.9 years. And baka po pwedeng makorek pa iniyo. Mako po siya pigpigihiling mi po baka sa actual operation, baka magbaba pa siya. ₱200 per round trip po kaya yan.
Seryoso ka kaya?
Iyo po.
Where will you get your passengers?
Duman yan, Mr. Chairman, sa mga estudyante, sa kasi mga, ang 6 o'clock po kayang oras pagkaaga. Ang target na mga passengers na po dyan, Mr. Chairman, si mga estudyante, si gusto lang po magsakay sa Baruto. And then,
And
si
who
mga,
are they?
Po,
who are they? Who wants to...
Okay. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The figures are very encouraging.
The figures
are encouraging.
The figures are encouraging. Okay.
At this point, I think a key decision will have to be made. Ano baga kita? Are we willing to take a look at the report of the accountant? Nasa 20 million plus na. Over what? 3 years. Nasa 20 million na ang nagluwas. Mapalamang nakakabulta kayan. To be able to operate that, we're going to, well, what's the figure now? It's something like 9,000 per day na expenditure. Dapat makuha yan. I say that the figures are encouraging because what it is saying is that we will have a net of 3,000 per day, hopefully per boat. O maski na si duwang boat pa kayan. That's encouraging. But if it does not happen, Mr. Chairman, nagpaparapaluwas kita ng expenditure na dahil nagbibiltada in terms of income. What is at hand, what is required of the Sanggunian now is to resolution adopting the guidelines, is it? This is now the ordinance to establishing the guidelines on the operation management of the river transport system. At this point, Mr. Chairman, yun ang sinasabing, sige na, tagbang na kamo. Let's go and find out. Taday man kita pwedeng pagparpahalo yun ninyo every day that we have no approval, kabusa na paluwas ang kwarta. It's either we say no completely or we go and just bite the bullet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Abonal, Councilor Del Castillo, Councilor Del Rosario, and Councilor Akid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, ako sa paghiling ko kaniyo, pagpuon kani, dahil pa man talaga kita makita. But, igwaning sarong hidden indirect effect sa Siyudad Canaga. And what's that? Ang constant na mamonitor, sinag-aarap po ng basura sa salong. May iwasan tayo, Mr. Chair, So, ako nga gusto ko mag-suggest na garo Greek iniyo sa Operation kan Solid Waste Management Office. Mayo ni sa linya ninda. Dapat ka ni sa Tourism Office nag-ooperate. Because we will be catering to tourists eventually. Pero siguro pagkapoon, baka magtarabang o na ang Solid Waste Management Office, pati ang INRO, dahil may mga personahe ang syudad na constantly nag-monitor dyan sa Naga River. Baka magtarabang-tabangan ini, but meantime, Mr. Chair, we should not concentrate on the revenue that will be collected by the city government of Naga, but the other benefits that we will be deriving out of the operation of this tourist boat. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Del Castillo. Councilor Del Rosario.
Good morning, Engineer Martin. Nawag mo po ako paghali sa basura, tourism na ang piga-asikaso ko niya ni Engineer Martin. Nagkapirang kapot lang po, Mr. Chair. Number one, kung na-factor in po ni Daigdio itong pag-low tide dyan sa Naga River, may nagre-low tide po siya, baka po dahil man makabanti ang baroto. So, most probably may reconfiguration yan sa mga figures na ning pigmentation. Pangadua, on a safety aspect, kung nagkaigwa na po ning sinaning ang mga nag-handle kanina, nag-train sa basic life support training, including drill. Para mo, safety kang passenger sa Pigor Line.
Dahil ko nadadangaw. Maribok. Anyway, Councilor Rakid Arroyo. Before you, reaction to the statement of Councilor Del Rosario?
Tama po ito, Mr. Chairman. Sabi po ni Councilor Badong del Castillo, saka po ni Honorable Lito del Rosario. Bako po talaga ini yung sakuyan sana sa revenue. 5 pesos na lang po nga ang pamasahe. Actually po, ang actual kayo ni talagang mga 8 pesos ini. Kaya lang po, may instruction sa tuyang alkalde na babaan po siya para ma-encourage po si estudyante. Ayun na po nga na yan. Siya po kasubago na isa'y masakay dyan. Ang hiling mi po kaya, pag binaba po yun sa 5 pesos, baka mas lalong maging imbitasyon sa mga masarakay ng mga estudyante, pero mas matipid. Pero po kaya si traffic, lalo na po pag mga 7 o'clock, 6:30, 7 o'clock, 7:30, grabe po ang traffic sa Peña Francia Avenue. Saro po siyang alternative from the sentro, kasi rin po duman sa may parte kang San Felipe, Balata sa area. Pantulo po, si Kalinigan po Kansalog, tama po ito, na talagang kaya pa pong i-monitor kaya, tapos kung sa panahon po niya may nag-aapon pa rin basura sa salog, and at the same time po, mahiling mi po si promotion kan tourism. Tama po na, bako man po talaga kami dapat ang nagpo-promote kay ni, sa muya po basura lang, saka si Kalinigan Kansalog, ang salog po nga ni, katabang mi po ang Enro. Pero po, kung dahil mi po kaya ini i-present, Mr. Chairman, ang baruto po, ang tourist boat po, pasirin na po sa ika-4 na taon na nagmi-maintain po kami, pero mayo pong naglalaog na income. Nasasayang man po kami, may mga tao kitang piglalaag dyan. Tapos po, ito pong huring sabi ni sa tuya pong Honorable Councilor Lito na hababaw ang salog, nag-observe kita kasi mga tidal events, ini po, Mr. Chairman, naayos na po. Actually po ngunyan, ongoing na po baga si dredging nasa sa iling po mga 60% or more than 60% na po ang nagigibo. Nahiling ta po ini Campanya Francia celebration si Plovial na mayo na pong kaulangan si pag-travel po kasi sa tuyang mahal na ina sa pagoda. Kaya po sa hiling mi kani, Mr. Chairman, baka po matugutan na kami.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, po siguro pag umaw kay Engineer Martin, si Engineer Martin po talaga, maski ano po ang trabahong i-assign, ina-action niya po tulos. So, maybe that's the reason. So, Mabalo sabi Engineer Martin, no, na dahil ka nagpipili ng assignment, pag ipig-refer sa imo, ina-actionan mo tulo. Sana gabos pong sa tuyang mga empleyado, kita pong mga empleyado kang gobyerno, araw po ni Engineer Martin. Except po da sa Engineer. Actually, si Engineer Martin po, kung kaya niya, ina-actionan niya, maski ba po sa iyang official obligation. Ang point ko po, ini po talaga haloy na baga ining pigmamaot, no? Na magkaiguang mas regular na engagement ang mga taga-Naga sa satuyang Naga River. Tangar itong consciousness of the need to continually preserve pagayanon sa itong Naga River, mamatian talaga kang bawat Nagenyo, lalo na po kan sa itong mga jóvenes. Ang sarong concern ko, that's why dapat po talaga hilingunta na mangyari ini na magamit na talaga yung mga motorboats na iyan for that purpose. So, therefore, kay Puham po i-clarify ta talaga, pag pig-operate po siya, what is really our primordial objective? Kasi kung ang objective ta po ay kumita, definitely dahil po yan ma-achieve digdi, no? Dahil po siya ma-achieve digdi. At the very least, I believe, dapat ang objective ta po is break even. Para dahil na siya maging dagdag din na gastos kang syudad, at the same time, na-achieve kasi sa itong objective. Ang concern ko lang po is, itong sa expenditure tabi, Engineer Martin, duman sa computation kang projection kang sa tong revenue and expenses, daita na account itong possible liability that we may have considering na magiging public utility operator kita. So, mayo kitang expertise talaga to really handle this matter. So, ang iniisip ko, what if we open after mapasata ang term of reference? Siguro ang ipapasata siguro would be term of reference for the operation kaini. Pwede kita siguro mag-invite ng private sector, no, that will operate it. Kung mayo, di sa kakita ang ma-operate. I'm really just worried about the consequences kang liabilities as a public utility carrier. Kasi magiging public utility carrier kita. And therefore, sa expenses na dapat naka-project din kita, naka-ready kita for such possible expenditure. Second question, kung kita ang ma-operate kayan, itong mga empleyadong maman kayan, are they regular employees, plantilla position, casual employees, or what? Kasi may mga accountability yan, mga empleyadong iyan. So we really have to clarify. I really fully understand itong concern ni Engineer Martin na habang nag-uusad ang panahon, nagre-ready kita to really operate this, nagbubulok na rin, maaaring nagdi-deteriorate ang satuyang mga motorboat. So I think, baka pwedeng ang enota sigurong mapasar mo na is making this available for rent by the private sector. Ito mga gustong garo ang apod kayan, itong garo aarkilahon lang. So dapat mag-ready kita duman, bago kita makapunta duman sa pag-operate as public utility, na medyo komplikadong situation yan. So baka pwede, with the indulgence of the Honorable Baldemoro, baka pwedeng inutuntang muna tabi ito, Councilor Baldemoro, itong policy where we will be making available these motorboats for rental or public use. Tangarig maka-generate na kitang revenue.
Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposed ordinance, 3 years in the making na po ni, dahil may mga revision. And the last time po, aron na kayo naging consensus, naging direction po baga na the Honorable Arroyo nakiulay na baka pwedeng for tourist po na. However, Mr. Chair, si direction po talaga ni is Naga River Transport, siyang alternative mode of transportation digdi sa Naga. Baka pwede mo po na i-testing ta na siyang for passenger, may oras man lang po siya between 6 to 9 and 4 to 6 ng pagkahapon. In between po kayan, pwede siyang i-rent from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. pwede siyang i-rent. So, baka po i-try ta. Ang nahiling ko pong present situation ngunyan, nagbakal kita ng tourist boat na nagkakantidad 485,000 na duwa. So, it total po sa 900,000. Plus may na-construct na pong warp. Kung magigilang siyang tourist boat, dahil na po mapapakinabangan itong mga warp.
I understand po, nahagad ta iyan, it cost 18 million na naitaw po sa tukang DPWH na pig-construct kaning mga warp. So, for 3 years po, mayong na-derive na income dahil hinahalat po nga ni yung sa tuyang ordinansa. And tama po to na di man siya magiging income generating project ang lokal na gobyerno, pero may other benefits po. Tama po itong nabanggitan ni Councilor Badong del Castillo na once na may sige na dyan agi ng baruto sa Naga River, magiging conscious na itong mga yaon sa gilid kang salog sa pag-apon ng basura. Saro po yan na paagi para ma-maintain itong kalinigan kang Naga River. And ang role po kang SWMO, giramdamon ta po ang SWMO, yaon man sa inda itong special concern office, kaya maski anong patrabaho, inaako ninda. Kaya pasalamatan ta po si Engineer Martin. Kaya sinda po itong, bako lang pong role as SWMO, kaya sinda ang mamamahala dahil sinda din po itong special concern office. Si Engineer Martin lang po garo makasimbag kung permanent itong mga magiging tourist boat crew, security personnel, and mechanic or maintenance man. Katuwang man po digdi ang akto na sinda itong ma-promote kaini yung tourist boat para po sa mga local and foreign visitor na sinteresado po sa ilingko pag nag-operate na po ni makakadagdag inganyo sa pagbisita sa Naga na pwede sindang mag-rent ng tourist boat na maikot-ikot po sinda digdi sa Naga River. And katuwang man po digdi ang City Enro na iyon na po itong mamanihar kadto pong kung possible itong Naga River, as well as po itong City Treasurer's Office na sinda po itong ma-establish ng system sa pagkolekta kadto pong bayad digdi. Araw po kanabanggitan ni Engineer Martin para po come on sa mga passenger. Ito pong potential passenger kani, pera kang estudyante, pwede din po itong mga parasaod na hali sa San Felipe and Peña Francia na during the rush hour or early morning, pwede sindang haling San Felipe or Peña Francia, masakay sa tourist boat, pasiring sa Naga City Naga City People's Mall na ang pamasahe lang 5 pesos na igwapo po siya ng discount pag senior citizen, PWD, and student, less 20% pa po. So, aabuton lang siyang 4 pesos ang pamasahe. Baka po pwede tang matry mo na ini. Anyway po, kung mahiling tang dai siya effective, baka duman na kita mag-decide na gibuhon ta lang ng tourist boat. But for the meantime, para po primero, para makapag-generate na kitang income digdi, and pandua, baka magi siyang alternative mode of transport sa Naga, and at the same time, makadagdag inganyo sa mga mabisita sa Naga. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Baldimoro. Councilor Del Rosario?
May concern po ako, Mr. Chair, na pigbanggit sa bago na dahil pa na-address ni Engineer Martin. Sa safety po sa kasi training ka personnel saka kung nag-conduct na sindaning drill just in case may problemang mangyari, anong gigibong kan mga personnel.
Okay. Engineer?
Iyo po, Mr. Chairman, tama po itong sabi ni Councilor Lito na talaga po kayo po may training. Actually po, nagapunta kami kanisa Coast Guard sa Legazpi. Ang training po kaya medyo may kantidad, nasa 2,000 po per person. And it will last for at least 2 days.
How many persons are involved in the operation of the two motorboats?
Mr. Chairman, Anom po.
Anom. And currently, they are already employees of the city?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mga kuyan po sinda, casual employees.
Casual employees? Casual employees who are paid how much?
400 pesos po per day.
That's about
485.
About 10,000 times 6. So that's 60,000 a month. 60,000 a month. Meaning they are paid about 3,000 pesos per day. 3,000
Halo po kaya, Mr. Chairman, ikaw po yung casual. Actually po, si pinakahalanggaw na pinaka-senior diyang casual. Tapos iba po ng mga
so, meanwhile that
job orders.
Meanwhile that these motorboats are not being used as passenger boats, what are they doing, the 6 employees?
Sa ngunyan po, ibang mga request sa hali po sa satuyang executive, ito po ang pagsiservisan mi. Minsan po mga taga-DNR naghihiling po kan si water quality sampling. Ito po ang ginagamit. Pag may mga clean-up drive po sa river, ito po ang ginagamit.
But of course, we are aware that that is seldom done. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bako po siyang aral daw. Kaya po sa ngunyan, Mr. Chairman, kung si po talagang may maning ROI, yaon lang po siya dyan. But we are maintaining the facility.
And sarong kinakabilib ko kay Engineer Martin, very optimistic kini. Look at the presentation in the target revenue. He is telling us that we are supposed to earn a net income of 3,798 pesos per day. That's why I was asking earlier if you are really serious. Let us not kid ourselves. Let us not kid ourselves. We will not earn. Utano ta sinasabi ng may net income. 1.3, even 1.3, we will not earn a net income of 1,300 per day. But I think that can be complemented by other benefit that we can derive from the operation of the 2 motorboats. My point is, we will really not be earning insofar as revenue is concerned. Okay. Councilor Julian Labadia.
Mr. Chairman, ang pigihiling ko po ngunyan, itong nahiling ni Council Chair Greg Abonalse sa Lubok, kay bahal mo si Councilor Nene, Councilor Buddy. Itong Lubok, Bohol, ito si pigihiling kong anggulo. And at the same time, Mr. Chairman, duman sa Sorsogon, igwa naman po duman sa Sorsogon na parehas kang prinsipyo na ginagamit sa Lubok. So, though ining sa tuya, magayon man talaga iniyo, iyo yan si pigihiling tang posibleng makataoning possible income. Pero sabi nga sa tuyang presiding officer, ang importante bako si income na i-derive kundi si impact ka ini yung project na ini, which ako nagtutubod kay Councilor Elmer na haloy na ini dapat maipasar na. Pero may mga concern, Mr. Chairman, na dapat aramon talang kung dahil man baga hinahagad ang disgrasya, sisay ang may liability kayan. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, ang second concern ko is paano matatabangan nag-urulay sa may parte, Mr. Chairman, ng Barangay Tabuco and Barangay Sabang na itong posibleng magkaigwaning floating restaurant. Pero bako man mahal ang makaag, Mr. Chairman, ang solo parent kang Tabuco. Duman sa may gilid, pero ang luto bako duman sa salog, kundi ang luto duman sa dryland, sa mainland. So, kung pwede nang ma-integrate po yan sa ordinance, or that would be a separate?
But separate. But separate, because that pertains to another subject matter. Diba? We cannot make a rider on the pending proposed ordinance. Councilor Baldimoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kabali po duman sa at present mahiling ta po ngayon na yaon na po itong facility, yaon na itong motorboat, yaon si mga empleyado. at present, may kitang income digdi if makonsider na mapunan po ni sailing ko padikit-dikit may return of investment sa city government. Regarding the concern po of the Honorable Labadia, kabali po duman sa inipong suggested feature of improvement which pwede pong incorporate digdi sa proposed ordinance, itong installation of stall or booths adjacent to every wharf. Baka pwede duman itaid itong bala ka mga solo parent kang tabuko, nailag na duman itong floating restaurant as well as souvenir shop na pagdaong duman sa may tabuko, pwede nang duman mismo sa kataid na floating restaurant makakan or mabakal ning mga souvenir items, and baka pwede pa po ning mag-pave way sa itong mga restaurants or eatery beside the creek ay the Naga River na mag-open sindaning wharf duman man sa gilid kang salog na pwede nang punduhan kadtong mga baruto. I understand po ang sabi kang Carmen Hotel, kung mag-operate ini, mabukas sindaning wharf duman na pwedeng itong passenger ninda diretso na kung pwede nindang arkilahon itong tourist boat na itong mga kliyente, itong mga client ninda na gustong pasyar sa Naga River, pwede na sindang duman mismo kukaanon sa pangpang ninda ang mga pasahero. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, I think we are ready to approve the proposed ordinance.
If the Honorable Body, Mr. Chair, may duman po sa proposed ordinance, may changes lang po itong pamasahe dahil pigbaba po from 8 pesos to 5 pesos, and also po the rental of the tourist boat from 900 pigbaratuhan ta po si pamasahe, pero piglang kawanta po si rental of tourist boat from 900 to 1.5. So kung may naman po yes, yes, Councilor.
Mr. Chair.
Ang sa kuya po,
Councilor Labadia.
yes, Mr. Chairman, sa kuya, tama ang explanation ni Councilor Elmer. Ang concern ko lang, Mr. Chairman, kita po baga always for safety. Yan ang pinaka number 1 na kung taano tayo binubugtak aside from environmental concern and the cleanliness and the tourism. Overall that, Mr. Chairman, dapat si Malaog dyan ay safe sinda. So, yun na lang siguro, Mr. Chairman, ang last concern ko, damo na digdiyo. Ini yung paano ma-i-ensure ang safety kang mga masakay, and then si pangadua, dahil man hinahagad ini, kasi say ang liability kung sakaling dahil man hinahagad, may mangyari.
Mr. Chair,
Councilor Balut.
ang passenger po shall be required to wear life vest at all times, and kabali po digdi sa provision of the ordinance, the public safety office shall ensure that the two boats are in contact with the COMSEN at any time of the day. So, in case po may emergency, in contact po siya with the COMSEN. And duman po sa hapot kung isay ang responsible, since po the city government will operate, siyempre po kita itong responsible agency na inclined na whatever happens, dahil kita po ang ma-operate kani, the city government will be the responsible.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, ito na lang pong saro. Sisay sa COMSEN, kunyari inaapudan ta si COMSEN na may problema, sisay sa COMSEN ang ma-react, Mr. Chairman, si maabot. Ito na pagsasabi ni Engineer Martin na ma-training. Ma-training pa lang, dahil pa ma-training.
May mga training na po sinda, Mr. Chairman, pero ito pong sinasabi ni Councilor Lito, ito po talaga si pinaka-importante. Si training po sa Coast Guard.
Siguro, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, though aaprubahan tayo ini, pero may kulatilya siguro na unless na mayo pa itong mga pig training, dahil na muna kita mapalarga kang particular na duwang boat. Kasi sabi tanganigan, overall sa kabus concern ta, it's the safety. Lalo na itong sa parte kang rescue.
Mr. Chair, I agree po duman sa predicament ni Councilor Jun Labadia. And also po baka mahagandang tabang si Councilor Lito del Rosario. Magkaigo pong drill, magkaigo ning kung igwa kita ning earthquake drill, baka po magkaigo man kitang drill, i-simulate lang po just in case may aberya sa tourist boat, magkaigo kita ning precautionary measure nagigibuhon just in case igwa po ning problema.
Councilor del Rosario.
If the main proponent is amenable, I would like to introduce a section, the observance of safety of life at sea, SOLAS, to include training of personnel from the Coast Guard and other aspects, including drills. Sarong section po dyan. If the
Councilor Ballimoro?
I am amenable, Mr. Chair.
So, how does that particular provision will read?
Hagadong ko na lang po kay Councilor Lito del Rosario.
So that if you can tell us that now, we can probably already approve the proposed ordinance. Councilor del Rosario.
Section 9, observance of safety of life at sea, training, SOLAS training to be conducted by the Coast Guard for the personnel of SWMO, to include the conduct and management of drills so that the safety of passengers and the skippers of the boats will be insured.
So with that amendment, motion?
May I move, Mr. Chair, for the approval?
Before the motion, Councilor Vidal Castillo, Councilor Del Castillo, and Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for a clarification, who is the responsible person, Mr. Chairman, who will suspend the operation in case there is a low pressure or gale warning?
Ang paisip po bagay, Mr. Chair, is the Coast Guard. So, ang management man po kani is under Engineer Joel Martin.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, siguro dahil ito ay limit ang responsibilities sa Solid Waste Management Office. Because I believe, later, dapat haliun na nga ni sa Solid Waste Management Office and ibalyo na sa Tourism Office. Because we will be operating a tourist boat. By the name itself, connotes that it's alien with the operation of the Solid Waste Management Office.
Probably later.
Yeah, siguro, pero dahil, duman siguro sa, since we'll be introducing a new section, siguro dahil lang ilimit sa Solid Waste Management Office. Ilaog ta na, Mr. Chair, ang Tourism Office. Tangaring eventually, sindanan mag-take over kan operation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. May I request that we be pointed to that section where the responsible officer next to the mayor is provided in the proposed ordinance so that we would know if it is really the SWMO as the accountable officer for the operations of the Naga River Transport System. Is it here?
Section 8, Mr. Chair, the implementing mechanism. It states the responsibility of the different offices. Number 1, the SWMO Special Concern Office shall designate the following personnel and shall also be responsible for the screening and approval and reservation. So, and the conduct of other tasks related to the management and supervision of the day-to-day operation of the tourist boat. So, sinda po itong head office na ma-manage kani yung tourist boat.
May we know if there is such a thing as Special Concerns Office at the SWMO? And the head of that office?
Engineer Martin himself.
I understand po na igwang sarong division ng SWMO na pig-designate kang sa tuyang alkalde na Special Concern Office, also headed by Engineer Joel Martin, pero may mga personahe po siya dyan. So, may I know from Engineer Martin, aside from him, isa po itong mga in charge of the Special Concern Office?
Opo, next, sa kuya po, sa special concern, si Architect Mamansag na po yan, sir.
I believe, Mr. Chair, since the city government for the first time will be taking on the obligations and liabilities of a public carrier, I think the responsible office must be specifically stated in this ordinance. The office responsible for the overall responsible for the operation and maintenance of the Naga River system. I think it has to be specifically spelled out. Second, on the in the operation of the Naga River transport system, I believe it should be stated in the ordinance that the operation shall commence only after certification by the office responsible for the operation that all the safety requirements have been installed. Like kung sinasabi ta po na ma-wear ng life vests ang mga masarakay dyan, dapat itong office in charge of its operation should certify that indeed the boat is equipped with all these safety equipment and requirements. So, may I recommend to the Honorable Baldemoro to include a section on that aspect.
Councilor Baldemoro, are you amenable to the recommendation?
Mr. Chair, this will be incorporated in the ordinance.
Okay. Inasmuch as a number of suggestions had been made and it appearing that the same have yet to be formulated and incorporated in the proposed ordinance, we defer further discussion until the submission of the revised proposed ordinance. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since there will be some revision, Mr. Chair, in the proposed ordinance, I would suggest na siguro eventually dapat mag-migrate na from the Solid Waste Management Office to the Tourism Office. As I've said, by the name itself, it should be the function of the Tourism Office. Siguro, I don't know, it can be a transitory provision or some provision in the body of the ordinance.
Okay. Councilor Baldemoro.
Maybe, Mr. Chair, baka pwedeng dingo na i-incorporate, pwedeng i-amend na lang siguro ang ordinance dahil sa ngunyan po, mayo pa man sa iling ko kakayahan ang akto to operate on this. Baka po later on na lang dahil part man sinda, saka na lang po garo. Kung ilalagta na kaya, sa iling ko po dahil pa-ready ang akto. Only the Special Concern Office pa lang ang may kakayahan ngunyan na mag-operate kayo.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Baka pwede po sa transitory provision, baka pwede pong maibugtak na lang duman or amendment some other time. Kasi baka po maging arts, culture, and tourist boat operation ang akto. Baka po lugod maabala kita hindi sa ordinance na ni, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, for the meantime, this is deferred? Okay. And we proceed to the next item.
The joint report to the committees on education, city properties, and persons with disabilities.
Education, city properties, and who will render the report? Councilor Greg Abonal.
There is a call for lunch break, Mr. Chairman. but this could take only about 5 to 10 minutes at most.
Okay.
This was supposed to be two separate joint meetings of education and PWD, and then education and city properties, but we conducted the meeting of both separate joint committees, joint hearings last October 25. There were two items. The first item involved city properties, and that will be reported by the lead committee chair, Councilor Buddy Del Castillo, Mr. Chairman. That will be followed by the second item, and that will be reported by the lead committee chairman of PWD, Councilor Elmer Baldemoro, and that will be the end of the report. So may we request Councilor Del Castillo to report the first item?
Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, I move for the acknowledgement of the report.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
My report will be as far as item number 1 is concerned only, limited to item number 1. And that's the letter dated September 25, 2017 from Mr. Ramon Albios, City Assessor, submitting certified copies of tax declaration of the 12 school sites requested by the Department of Education, Naga City Division. Can I go to the disposition of the
Please do.
Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Okay. So, disposition. Actually, we have 4 dispositions on the matter, Mr. Chair. The first one is on motion of Honorable Gregory Abunal, seconded by Honorable Mila Rakid Arroyo. The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to request the Schools Division Superintendent of the Department of Education, Naga City Division, to identify the 20 schools that have ownership document in the remaining 5 schools that do not have available document. So in connection with this item, Mr. Chair, I move that we direct our secretary to communicate the matter to the Schools Division Superintendent.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilor Vidal Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this representation would like to manifest my objection, disapproval to the request of the Department of Education to donate some of our property. Considering, Mr. Chairman, that we have approved program, the proposed Calawag Campilipi Circumferential Road, Mr. Chairman. Beside the Calawag Elementary School, Mr. Chairman, we have a program of road widening. This cover the demolition, restoration, and construction of drainage along beside the Calawag Elementary School, Mr. Chairman. And may I share, Mr. Chairman, to this august body, the time that we construct the Calawag Barangay Hall, Mr. Chairman. In the picture, Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir. A personnel from the Region 5 Department of Education, Mr. Chairman, want to stop me, to stop the construction of Barangay Hall, considering that nyamda kami sa perimeter kang Calawag Elementary School. But I did not follow the instruction and request to stop from constructing, Mr. Chairman. Considering that time, Mr. Chairman, I have a copy of the deed of donation executed by the Philippine Subdivision to the city of Naga sometime in 1967, Mr. Chairman. So, mas kay igwaning order naman sa Region 5 na magpundo ako, di ako nagpundo. As in, Mr. Chairman, ano po ang nangyari? Uwi na po ang Barangay Hall kang Calawag. Aside from Barangay Hall, igwa pa kita dyan sa likod ni cover court. Nag-construct pa kita ng Robredo Hall. Nag-construct pa kita ng Lopon Building. And now, Mr. Chairman, we have a road widening beside the, this is that one, Mr. Chairman, that doon po sa Inutan, ikot naman yung 20 meters wide. Hindi po that is proposed Calawag, San Felipe Circumferential Road. That is 20 meters wide. Dito po sa entrance, 10 meters lang po yan. Kaya po makaba po kita, and Mr. Chairman, I have already a copy of the proposed demolition, restoration of the Calawag Elementary School fence. So, Mr. Chairman, ang sa kuya po hindi, dapat po siguro magkagawa kita ng evaluation survey. Kaya hindi na papigdodonar ng mga elementary school, tabad po iba pa ng mga programa ang sa tuyang syudad na ba adrakulaon man itong espasyo, ba't pwedeng maglagyan kahit itong request mga ka mga lupon, ka mga senior citizen, ning building. So as far as Calawag Elementary School is concerned, Mr. Chairman, I am manifesting my objection. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Vidal Castillo. Councilor Del Castillo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, that I believe the objection of the Honorable Castillo pertains to the second item, the second disposition of the committee. But with regard to the first disposition, although the second disposition has a relationship with the first one, so maybe I would read the second disposition, Mr. Chair, for the information of the body. Second disposition, the committee further resolved to ask the Department of Education, Naga City Division, whether it has document stating that the city government owns the 7 school sites, namely Calawag Elementary School, Concepcion Grande Elementary School, Dr. Domingo Absidi Elementary School, Grandview Elementary School, Macmariano Elementary School, Panikwason Elementary School, and Rosario Maramba Elementary School. In connection with this, Mr. Chair, as far as Calawag Elementary School is concerned, the Honorable Castillo mentioned a deed of donation entered into between the Pilobil subdivision and the city government of Naga. So maybe with that objection of the Honorable Castillo, we should exclude Calawag Elementary School.
Okay.
To resolve the matter, so that we can already send a communication to the schools division superintendent with regard to this particular matter.
Thank you, Kagawad, Honorable Salvador Del Castillo, my cousin. Thank you very much.
Councilor Elmer Baldimoro.
I have the same sentiment, Mr. Chair. Baka po pag-adalanta muna ang pag-donate. And also, Mr. Chair, ito pong may mga school ng Kataid-Kayan Barangay Hall. Kung sakaling idodonate po itong iyang property, isegregate itong sa Barangay Hall. Dahil baka po mag-abot ang panahon na kung madonate na yan sa DepEd, sinda naman itong magpahali itong mga Barangay Hall. So, iyo po yan ang concern ko, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Labadia.
Tabugol.
Sa kuya, Mr. Chairman, si first motion kaya, ang pagkaintindi ko, nagre-recommenda kita na hagadon sa division superintendent na i-identify pa man lang si 20 school.
Yes.
That have ownership. Di hagadon na pa man lang, tumapamang kitang action na ginigibo.
That's correct.
That's number 1. Ang ikadua, Mr. Chairman, the committee, liwat, nag-request sa Department of Education na may mga igawa ng the division whether it has documents stating that the city government owns the 7 school site. Namely, iyon na yan. So, mapamangkin ang ginigibong aksyon. Though nga ni Mr. Chairman, ang concern ni Councilor Vidal and Councilor Elmer, pararehas kami, pero ining 1 and 2 is preliminary ini duman sa concern me.
Okay. Okay.
And then number 3, the committee further resolved to direct the city assessor. Okay na yan. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. There is no conflict between the proposed recommendation, first and second recommendation, and the desired course of action that the Honorable Vidal Castillo and the Honorable Baldemoro wish to take. We are not yet saying that we will be donating the subject properties. Okay. But I think there is really merit on the concerns raised by Councilor Vidal Castillo, Councilor Baldemoro, and Councilor Labadia Jr. But for the meantime, we can act favorably on the two recommendations, right? So, there being no objection on the first and second recommendation, the same is approved. But in the light of the manifestations of Councilors Castillo, Baldemoro, and Labadia Jr., can we write the Barangay Council, the punong barangays, to manifest before the city of the need for the respective barangays, if any, on certain portion of the property that may be or that is probably being occupied or being claimed by the Department of Education. Okay, that is one, if that is all right. Second, can we direct our City Engineer's Office to manifest before us certain projects that will affect certain portions of those properties occupied by certain schools or being claimed by the Department of Education, such as a portion of the Calawag Elementary School. I think the City Engineer's Office should have the necessary information on this matter, being the office concerned with respect to certain road networks in the city. So if that is all right with us, there being no adverse reaction, the Secretary is so instructed. Please proceed, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The third disposition of the committee furthermore resolved to direct the city assessor, number one, to furnish the Sangguniang Palunsod a copy of the deed of donation or sale of the 7 school sites that are owned by the city government, and number two, to furnish the Sangguniang Palunsod a copy of the documents pertaining to the ownership of the site of the Del Rosario High School, and number three, to coordinate with the Registry of Deeds about the ownership document or documents of conveyance of the school site. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Any second? Same is approved.
And finally, Mr. Chairman, the committee finally resolved to direct the City Engineer Rolando Campillos to assist in looking for the ownership document pertaining to the Naga City Science High School. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, the same is approved.
That ends my report as far as the Committee on City Properties is concerned, Mr.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador del Castillo. By the way, insofar as the Calawag Elementary School is concerned, and inasmuch as it is confirmed that we will be widening that road beside the Calawag Elementary School, going to Clupa, going to the Calawag San Felipe Road. We will issue instruction to Engineer Odelio Nate to prepare the necessary plan that would separate that affected portion from the larger portion of the Calawag Elementary School, including providing us the necessary technical description thereof, so that the same can be, when we decide, assuming that we decide on donating the subject properties, this portion that will be affected will no longer be included. Okay. The Secretary is so instructed. Please proceed, Councilor Baldemoro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item number 2 is letter dated August 22, 2017 from Maria Cristina Mendoza, Chairman Social Services Committee of Barangay Sabang de City, seeking intervention and help for the realization of a special education center at Sabang Elementary School. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Please proceed.
The committee resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Panglungsod to invite the Department of Education, Naga Schools Division Superintendent William Gando, the principal of Sabang Elementary School, Barangay Kagawad Maria Cristina Mendoza of Sabang, and Dr. Eduardo Laureles to attend in the next regular session of the Sangguniang Panglungsod on this matter. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Another, Mr. Chair, the committee further resolved to request the Department of Education, Naga City Division, to submit a list of schools in the city that are offering special education program. I so move, Mr. Chair.
And a second, the same is approved. The submission is understood to be done on or before the session where the concerned persons have to appear before this body.
That ends the report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Baldemoro. Yes, Councilor Abonal.
We understand, Mr. Chairman, that the persons involved will be invited, so well that we specify what it will be about, so that especially yung division superintendent can be ready with whatever documents he may have.
Okay. The Secretary will ensure that the purpose is indicated in the letter. Next item. We take a break.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ng People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asing konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-apod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurog kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligacion sa paagi kan City Event, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon, asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na may ining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang makali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalinturan na ning duwang aldaw, asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongkat. Parabangan ta pong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw ta pong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Helang malilikayan.
An pagirumdum na ini hatod sa indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office. Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ang People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Regid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-upod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasuro kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligasyon sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na maining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan.
Your report is duly acknowledged.
The committee hearing was held last October 25. In attendance were Councilor Del Castillo, Valdemoro, Sanchez Jr., Senior Citizen Councilors Presnillo, Naag, Hernandez, Arroyo. Okay. First item, first endorsement dated October 19, endorsing the new applications for tri-mobile franchise of the Paloy. May I go directly to the disposition, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
As has been directed to the Tri-Mobile Task Force to review the completeness of the documents, and as recommended that per evaluation, all papers are complete and in order, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod for the passage of individual resolutions approving transfer of Tri-Mobile franchise for new operators of PAMCO, Marun, Barangay del Rosario. First, sidecar number 002, the new franchisee, Sandy B. Pabiano of Sampaguita Street, Del Rosario, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
Second, Caridad Aronio of Del Rosario, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Also approved without objection.
Next, Alfie M. Abor, also of Del Rosario, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, the same is approved.
R.J. Nathaniel P. Agrito of Del Rosario, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Also approved without objection.
Alfredo R. Manigo of Green Park Subdivision, Del Rosario, Naga City. So move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Ken P. Abergos of Maligay Street, Villa Corazon Subdivision, Del Rosario, Naga City. So move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
Herbert T. Celo of Villa Corazon, Del Rosario, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is also approved.
Christopher B. Tolosa of Del Rosario, Naga City. Body number 019. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved without objection.
And Jomari C. Udinya of Del Rosario, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is also approved.
Number 2, first endorsement dated October 19, endorsing the new applications for tri-mobile franchise of the following. As to the disposition, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod for the passage of resolution approving transfer of tri-mobile franchise from Reynaldo B. Ladop Sr. to Reynaldo S. Ladop Jr. of 29 Kiborak, Bagumbayan, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is also approved.
Letter number 3, letter dated September 27 of Henry Kalumag, cancelling his Trimobile franchise with sidecar number 1068. As to the disposition, Mr. Chair, upon perusal of the application, it has been noted that the date of filing for transfer of Trimobile franchise has already prescribed. Letter number 3, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. As to the disposition, it has been noted that the request has been pending for a period of time, and in order for the applicant to be able to enjoy the benefit of his pension, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to formally accept the request of Mr. Henry Kalumag to surrender his Trimobile franchise with sidecar number 1068, and for the Trimobile Task Force to issue the corresponding clearance. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Councilor Labadia.
Query lang po, pag natandaan ko itong sarong professor or maestro sa Ateneo Dinaga, itong nag-submit man nag-surrender man ng franchise. Ang mga araw kaniyo, Mr. Chairman, na nagsusurrender ka mga prangkisa, ano siya, open for application siya or isasabay na siya as pending katong pares katong mga pig-cancelar na mga prangkisa?
Necessarily, when a franchise is surrendered to us, we can open the same for application to any interested individual.
Can we come up with an ordinance siguro or resolution or agreement, Mr. Chairman, that those who were surrendered in hold in abeyance bago ipa-apply sa iba, considering na may plano baga ang city na matabangan talaga si mga kinapobrehan na driver, Mr. Chairman.
In fact, without a resolution from the body, the office cannot accept any application. So, the task force Trimobile will have to await for the succeeding disposition of this body before accepting any application. So, ultimately, the decision rests with the Sangguniang.
So, meaning, Mr. Chairman, ito nag-surrender last year, sa kaining man nag-surrender ngunyan, day pa man napapanoan.
That's correct.
Okay. Plus, itong Mr. Chairman na pig-submit na kang Trimobile Task Force na mga ika-cancelar na based on the 3 resolution.
Yes.
Pending and
we do not have yet any decision to open this up for application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Next item, Mr. Chair. Letter dated July 20 of Ms. Sally V. San Andres requesting transfer of Trimobile franchise with sidecar number 1136. As to the disposition, upon perusal of the application, it has been noted that the date for filing for the transfer of Trimobile franchise is already prescribed. On motion of Honorable Del Castillo, seconded by Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to defer the application of Ms. Sally Hernandez pending review of other ordinances of the city pertaining to the grant of transfer of Trimobile franchise. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Number 5, letter from Mr. Danilo Bolante, President Calawag Liboton Padjak Operators and Drivers Association, Calipoda, requesting action relative to the Colorum Padjak plying this road. On the disposition, on motion of Honorable Del Castillo, duly seconded by Honorable Sanchez Jr., the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palansod to direct the PNP and PSO to implement a strictly existing ordinance of the city, particularly at Calawag and Liboton, Naga City. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Without objection, same is approved.
Item number 6, undated letter of Police Chief Inspector Ivan A. Layosa, Chief Traffic Enforcement Unit, Naga City Police Office, submitting the assessment of the 5 e-trike units each of EB Wealth and PROSA conducted by the PSO Traffic Engineering Division and PNP Traffic Enforcement Unit. As to the disposition, the body resolved to take note of the report as the matter has been disposed of in the regular session held October 24, 2017. Next item, Mr. Chair. Letter dated October 11 of Ms. Regina B. Adante requesting for a designated loading and unloading area along Hernandez Avenue, Igualdad, Naga City for public utility jeepneys with certificate of public convenience for route Naga City, San Jose, Canaman, Villadugcal, Marupit, San Juan, Camaligan, and vice versa. As to the disposition, the body resolved to recommend to the Sangguniang Palunsod to remind Mr. Ramon Adante, President of the Naga City, San Jose, Canaman, Villadugcal, Marupit, San Juan, Camaligan, and vice versa, of the existing ordinance on southbound jeepneys not to have a permanent terminal along the Hernandez Avenue, for they have an existing terminal at the LCC compound. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Same is approved.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lito del Rosario. Next item.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Salvador del Castillo on the requirement of the installation of video camera in and outside commercial establishments and along major thoroughfares and intersections in the city, and providing penalties for violations thereof.
Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, Mr. Chair, this matter was already calendared last regular session, but to give time to the members of this body, this was deferred and included in today's calendar of business. So, may I know, Mr. Chair, whether my colleagues have some proposed amendment or some suggestion on the proposed ordinance?
Okay. Any comment from the members of this body? Any suggestion? Any proposed modification on the pending proposed ordinance? Councilor Rian Rintoy.
Under Section 1, Mr. Chair,
high resolution video camera.
High resolution video camera.
Okay.
For purposes of
Clearly seeing, clearly identifying
yes,
certain individuals. Okay. Any other comment or reactions? From the chair, may I invite your attention to Section 8, Paragraph A, item number 3. May I know the intention of the author as to the penalty? Do you intend to impose a penalty of fine under item number 3?
This item number 3, the third offense, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Should the offender commits the offense the third time, what is the proposed imposable penalty?
Aside from the fine, Mr. Chair, if they fail to pay the prescribed fine within a period of 1 week, then it's already tantamount. The city can already revoke the permit to operate of the...
So it is clear that there is fine.
There is fine.
How much?
5,000 pesos. The maximum fine, Mr. Chair.
What about the penalty of imprisonment? Are you not intending to impose that? No? Only fine? Only fine? So can we include the fine under item number 3? A reading of item number 3 would tell us that you really intended to impose also the penalty of fine, but that is not written under item number 3.
So, yes, Mr. I will reword the Section 8, paragraph A, number 3.
Okay. Aside from...
To clearly state the imposable fine.
Okay, okay. So, aside from that, I have no other comment on the proposed ordinance. I fully support this, considering that this is going to help us in the peace and order concerns of the city. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
On section 5, section 4, was it section 4?
Section 4.
I think section 2, Mr. Chair, on the required period for preservation of the recording. I think we should, I think 30 days is too short. Maybe we can make it 90 days that they are required to preserve the recording. Halipin na yata ang 30.
So I'm as I've said, Mr. Chair, I'm open to whatever suggestion from the members of this body, so that if we eventually pass this ordinance, it will really serve the purpose.
Okay.
So that suggestion is well taken, Mr. Chair.
Is it 60 days or 90 days?
90, I think, at least.
90 days?
Yes, at least 90 days.
For 3 months?
Yes, 3 months. At least.
Okay. Any other suggestion, recommendation?
And I think we should include a provision that requires the City Treasurer's Office to consider this requirement in the issuance or renewal of mayor's permit. This requirement.
To be added,
yes.
Provision to be added.
In other words, we will not renew this mayor's permit or grant thereof without the compliance of with this ordinance.
Okay.
The suggestion, Mr. Chair, is well taken. We'll include that in the...
Probably that can be incorporated under Section 9?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You just have to modify Section 9.
Yeah. We'll just add a second sentence on
okay.
Section 9.
Okay. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
6. Who would we consider as authority that can permit the viewing? Kasi ang sabi dadig, there shall be unlawful for any person to allow the unauthorized and or unofficial. Who would be the authority that will be considered authorized to allow the viewing of the recording?
Under Section 3, Mr. Chair, it stated that the only authority that will the authority is the City Director of the Philippine National Police as approved by the City Mayor. To avoid some other elements of the PNP which might not be authorized, but they will be securing a copy of the recording. So we are limiting this authority to the City Director as approved by the City Mayor.
Okay.
Section 3 only provides for the right of local authorities to view or secure a copy of the said recording. But under Section 6, we're saying that no unauthorized viewing will be allowed. It doesn't say who will be the authorized, the authority that can allow such viewing. It's not provided under Section 3.
So, for clarity, Mr. Chair, we can add a phrase which adapt portion of Section 3.
Okay.
To be very specific about who is the authority we are talking about. in this particular section.
So probably section 6, if it is all right with the author, should read, it shall be unlawful for any person other than the official referred to in section 3
Yeah.
to allow the unauthorized, etc.,
Authorized
etc.
by the city director as approved by to so that it will for clarity.
Okay. Any other?
Yeah.
Yes,
Or-
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, or maybe, Mr. Chair, it should be rephrased this way. Unless otherwise ordered by competent court of competent jurisdiction, the city mayor or the PNP director, no person other than the owner, diba? Other than the owner are allowed and so on and so forth. I-rephrase na siguro in that way para mas specific siya. So, subject to the style as will be formulated.
So with if may I know, will Chair,
Yes,
there,
please.
there are still some suggestions so that this representation can make some modification on the
Okay.
proposed ordinance.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario.
Just one item, Mr. Chair, as far as during the committee hearing, the participants indicated that the CCTV camera should be high definition.
Yeah.
High definition cameras.
Under section 1.
And another, Mr. Chair, yung pag-apply ninda ng business permit o pag-renew, si process kang pag-inspect kan si establishment kung may dagdag tala po, Mr. Kung before tanan si daning permit, may inspection si establishment or kung ano ang procedure.
Yeah. Actually, Mr. Chair, as suggested by the Honorable Arroyo, we will add provision that it is incumbent upon the city treasurer not to issue a permit in the absence of the requirement of this order.
Okay. Councilor Greg Abonal.
Mr. Chairman, can we clarify the Section 8 penalties, Mr. Chairman?
Section 8.
The first offense, number 1, is clear. It's a fine of 5,000 pesos. But the difference between the first offense and the second offense, I think we have to indicate a date. Like the next day could be a second offense. Okay, that's one. Second, Mr. Chairman, the second offense is a fine of 5,000 pesos. That's different from the first 5,000 pesos. In other words, if it's already the second offense, this will be a second 5,000 pesos. Now it says plus 1 month suspension of business permit, except if the violation pertains to non-installation or non-functionality of video cameras, in which case the suspension shall be effective until a compliant video camera system is installed and operational. Paano po kung 1 month or 2 months or 3 months saka lang maka-install ng operational? In other words, kunwaring lugod nagkaigwanan in functional, saka masususpendo ng 1 month. That's what I'm understanding here. Suspension of 1 month, except if the violation pertains to non-installation or non-functionality of the video cameras, in which case the suspension shall be effective until a compliant video camera system is installed. More than 1 month yun. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Ang third offense, Mr. Chairman, revocation, provided that if any erring business establishment refuses or fails to pay the imposed fines within 1 week from the issuance of notice violation and citation ticket, its business permit and license to operate shall be suspended until the penalty shall have been settled. Yung third offense is revocation of permit. Provided that if any erring business establishment refuses or fails to pay the imposed fines within 1 week, in other words, yung third offense is a result of refusal to pay the fines. It's not clear to me that it's really a third offense. What stands out is the refusal to pay the fine, obviously of the second or of the first.
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chairman, on the second offense, of course, that's independent from the fine that was imposed on the violation of the first offense. And if the business establishment is unable to comply with the provision of the ordinance, the suspension to operate is longer than 1 month. That's the very essence of the phrase, except if the violation pertains to non-installation or non-functionality of video cameras, etc., etc. So the suspension is definitely longer than 1 month. On the third, on number 3, on the hierarchy of penalty, of course, revocation of business permit or the license to operate is more severe than just an imposition of penalty or suspension of the business operation. That's aside from the fine that the establishment will be paying for violating the provision of the order.
Councilor Abonal.
Earlier, Mr. Chairman, I pointed out a time frame between the first offense, second offense. Kasi, let's say that an establishment is found violating the provisions of the ordinance for the first offense, let's say on a Monday, he has to have time to comply. Otherwise, the next day, pwede na siyang kasturan naman yung second offense. I think we have to be clear about that. A fine of 5,000 pesos plus, let's say, 10 days to comply or 5 days to comply. I think we have to be clear about that. Aro po yan katong, I'm not sure I will be able to mention, yung permit to operate yung bingo. Pirang aldown na naglapse. The first day is a first offense. The second day is a second offense. The third day is a third offense, etc. Dayman daw da. In which case, I think we have to be clear how many days would be required for a second offense to be called on the matter. You know, in fairness to the system and to the business establishment.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, the inspection of establishment is not being done even daily or weekly. It is being done usually on a quarterly basis.
Being done? Quarterly.
Monthly. The most is monthly. Because first it is the PNP and the Office of the Treasurer who should inspect the establishment on the compliance of this.
But of course, that is the presumption because that was what the city had been doing.
Yes.
Without prejudice, however, to conducting an inspection finding out, determining whether or not a certain establishment is complying with our ordinances, including this one. The point of Councilor Greg Abunal is, supposing that the establishment is caught violating any of the provisions of this ordinance, let us say yesterday, so that is considered as first offense. What if today or tomorrow the concerned office comes back to the establishment and again find out and determines that the establishment has not yet complied with the requirement of the ordinance? Then if that is the case, he may be considered to have committed a second offense. Right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but
theoretically and as a matter of fact, that can happen.
Yes.
Okay.
But in our case, I'm already 41 years old in the city government of Naga, and I've never heard of that particular kind of thing. It's quite obvious if you have inspected this establishment today, and you will go back tomorrow. It's quite something is busy about.
Can we not provide? Can we not modify item number 1 of paragraph A by providing a period within which to pay the fine, so that may be a signal to the concerned enforcing officers or officials to check compliance with the pertinent provisions of the ordinance only after the given period?
Actually,
can we not do that?
So easy for that to be done.
Okay.
It is just a matter of adding a phrase or a caption or additional sentence in the proposed ordinance.
Okay.
Just to give clarity.
Okay.
To avoid misinterpretation or whatever.
So that's for the first offense. As to the second offense, are we cleared on the explanation made by Councilor Del Castillo? As to third offense, it was already suggested earlier to indicate the penalty of fine to be imposed for third offense. Okay. Councilor Greg Abunal.
So, is it all right therefore, Mr. Chairman, if we simply say, number 1, first offense, a fine of 5,000 pesos,
which should be paid within a period of 10 days, 15 days?
Which should be paid within 15 days, and a mandate to install whatever wordings within 1 month, so that the second offense can occur only 1 month after. I mean, these are what? These are hasty dates. I don't know how long it would take for one to order, to pay for, to install, etc.
Assuming that there is none yet. Okay.
Yeah. The assumption, Mr. Chairman, is 1 month should be enough.
Sufficient time.
Yes.
Okay.
In which case the allowance for compliance would be through after first offense and as well as after the second offense.
In other words, there can be no second offense within a period of 1 month from the time that the owner of the establishment is caught violating the ordinance.
Yes, he's given that allowance.
That would be the implication.
Yes.
Okay.
The same should be true after the second offense.
Okay. Okay. Councilor Del Castillo, are you amenable to the suggestion?
Yes, there's no problem in adding a period for which the violator should pay the corresponding fine. For purposes of clarity.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Since the required act is very specific, Mr. Chair, what would be the reason for a second offense if the first offense had been complied, if there was compliance in the second offense? So maybe in the second offense, I think we should remove installation, that word installation, because it can be that they have installed something but it is non-compliant.
Not functional.
Yes. So it can be a violation. So halimbawa nag-comply na sinda pero si pig-install ninda non-compliant, then it can be considered a second offense. How about the third offense? What is the offense that we are envisioning here that will be committed for the third time? Because maybe if the 30-day period given to comply was not, there was no compliance, then it will not be considered as an offense, a third offense, but a consequence of non-compliance and therefore revocation of the license. But not necessarily as a third offense. So baka i-rephrase na lang siguro rather than making it as a second offense. As a third offense. Baka bako talaga siyang first offense, second offense, third offense. No? So violation would be non-compliance with the ordinance, and for which the violator will be fined with 5,000 pesos and given 30 days within which to comply with the ordinance. In the event of non-compliance within 30 days, the license will be revoked, unless if the non-compliance would be in the form of a non-compliant apparatus or device, in which case they will be given another 30 days to comply with the compliant device. Otherwise, the license will be revoked. So baka arog siguro kayan, I think arog kayan si perspective kang author, Mr. Chair, but usually kaya pag nagigibok kitang ordinance sa baga, pero may first offense, second offense, third offense. But I think that was the intention of the author.
Councilor Del Castillo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, the establishment might have complied of all the requirements of the ordinance, but later, maybe a year or so, they were not able to fully maintain the existing system, and the system became functional without the knowledge of the owner of the establishment. And despite the citation ticket that was issued by the city, the establishment was not able to comply with the requirements of the ordinance. So that's one of the reasons being envisioned by this presentation in putting up that third offense, Mr. Chairman. We cannot discount the possibility of the establishment which is unable to maintain efficiently the system within their establishment.
Okay. So given all this explanation and the need to further modify the proposed ordinance.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I will request the Secretariat to give me all the suggestions so that I can incorporate same to the order.
Okay, the Secretary is
Thank you,
instructed.
Mr.
Councilor Greg. Number 4. Under paragraph A.
I think a heading is missing, Mr. Chairman. Maybe what is meant is a fourth offense.
Councilor Del Castillo. may we be clarified about this item number 4 under paragraph A of section 8.
This might be a typographical error.
So this is not included. Okay. Okay. So with that, we proceed to the next item.
The letter dated October 20, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor returning the proposed ordinance number 2017-072 on budget process without action and vetoing the same in its entirety.
Comment from Councilor Miller Akid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
By the way, we acknowledge the presence of Mr. Frank Mendoza and Mr. Fred Perdon.
Mr. Chair, I read the comments of the City Mayor. He just cited certain national issuances. The ordinance, Mr. Chair, is not in conflict with any of the said issuances. And in fact, the ordinance says that in addition to guidelines that the national government may issue, our ordinance will apply in addition to those requirements. So I do not see that the grounds raised by the mayor is inappropriate for for a veto, because there is no law that's violated. In fact, his reason for vetoing is just the enumeration of the national guidelines.
So are you moving
Yes, Mr.
that
Chair.
we override the veto of the mayor?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but considering that we lack members of the Sangguniang, we require 2/3 for overriding a veto. May I move that the matter be calendared again in the next session? For the veto.
8.
8, I think.
We need, you need 8 votes to override the veto of the mayor.
Yes.
We are already 8, 1, 2, 3,
7 lang kita.
8, including myself.
But you will not vote unless there's a time, Mr. Chair.
Ah, yes. So you do not have the numbers.
No, we don't have the required number for a veto. So, next session, Mr. Chair. For the next session. Yes, 2/3 for a veto. Override of a veto.
Are you sure you will have the numbers during the next session?
I hope so, because this was passed by the Sangguniang. And there was no one who objected. So,
Okay,
and
so
there's no reason, because the ordinance is not in conflict with those issuances.
the secretary is instructed to include this in our next regular session. Councilor Greg.
Mr. Chairman, it's needless to call attention of those present, but those who are not here may require some note or prodding to the effect that we are about to take action on this, and therefore we request them to read and be ready with their vote for the next session, Mr. Chairman. Those who are not here especially.
The secretary will please communicate that to Councilor Cecilia Diasis, Councilor Rian Rentoy, Councilor Ranyola, and Councilor Balimora. We proceed to the next item.
The letter dated October 24, 2017 from Mr. Ernesto El Camil of the Naga City Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office, submitting their position to the proposed ordinance strengthening youth participation and representation in local disaster risk reduction and management in the City of Naga.
This is pending before the Committee on Public Safety, so we refer this to that committee. Next item.
The letter dated October 24, 2017 of Ms. L.V. Tripolca, representative of Laureles family, resubmitting the document relative to the property to be donated to the city government.
What property is this about?
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Vidal Castillo.
Mrs. Elbet Tripolca is present, Mr. Chairman. The one who wrote this letter, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we acknowledge the presence of Mrs. Tripolca. This is pending before what committee? Laws and Ordinances? According to the Secretary, this is pending before the Committee on Laws and Ordinances.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Councilor Castillo.
But last May 15, 2015, our Secretariat wrote a letter to the Laureles family, and they responded to the letter of our Secretary, and up to the present, Mr. Chairman, there is no disposition. Considering, Mr. Chairman, ang aram ko po kayo na igwaning approved na patrabaho naman, alagad mayo ning deed of donation itong lot owner, alagad ito pong may sadiri, nagtaulak ang gabos ng mga dokumento, alagad po niya nagkaroon na pending itong patrabaho naman sa lugar na ito, kaya po pinapalo po ini ni Mrs. Elbet Tripolca.
So, we are being asked to ratify the deed of donation.
I think so, Mr. Chairman. Because all documents were submitted already, Mr. Chairman, I think we pass a resolution authorizing the city mayor to accept the deed of donation and further to for the Sangguniang Panlusod is to ratify this deed of donation executed by the Laureles family.
Christine, kindly flash before the screen the subject deed of donation. There is a mention here of Annex A. Containing an area of more or less 440 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Where is Annex A? So can we ratify the deed of donation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, considering the deed of donation was executed last 2015, March So, with this representation, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move to pass a resolution approving for the ratification of the deed of donation donated by Laureles family, Mr. Chairman. So, I move, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, Councilor Del Castillo and then Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chairman. Saan located ang property? Ano ang distance niya from the main road, Mr. Chairman?
Who can answer that question? Councilor Castillo?
Mr. Chairman, can we suspend, considering, Mr. Chairman, that the one who wrote this letter is with us this afternoon, Mrs. L.B. Tripolca. I think she can enlighten us regarding to the question of Honorable Del Castillo.
Okay, we suspend our rules of procedure and request Ms. L.B. Tripolca to the podium, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sir, good afternoon. I am L.B. Tripolca, the authorized following up the deed of donation for the Laureles family.
Can you tell us where the property is situated?
Sitio Gilid, sir, is along the road 100 meters from the road, main road, to Pacol.
Pacol.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's in Pacol. In kilometer 5.
No, sir, no. 100 meters from the road to Pacol. Since we have already estimate the description, technical description.
Yes, but it's in kilometer 5 according
Yes.
according to your letter dated May 25, 2015. Kilometer 5, Sitio Gilid, Pacol, Naga City. Any other question? Councilor Del Castillo.
Nagkapot ako, Mr. Chair, dahil primero unpurposed condonation para gibuhan ng 3-meter concrete road.
A farm to market road.
Farm to market road. So kung farm to market road, dapat nakakonik siya sa main road. Para maging usable ang tinampo. So kaya siya po ko, Mr. Chair, si exact location kaniyong donated property and paano si connectivity niya duman sa main road.
Since we have surveyed na.
For purposes of usability of the road to be constructed by the city government of Naga para mas may pakinabang duman sa mga tao na down sa lugar.
Okay, Miss Tripolca?
Since we have surveyed the lot for the Laureles family, since Mr. Rodante, the husband of Juana, died already, passed away already, sir. Since Edgardo Laureles, the eldest son of Laureles, already passed away. So this is postponed since we have already attended the committee hearing last year after 2 years. The road which you have 100 meters from the main road to Pacol.
Is the proposed farm to market road connected to the
main road?
San Felipe, Pacol, Carolina, Panicwason Road?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Councilor Rakid Arroyo?
Thank you po.
Wait, Ms. Tripolca. The Honorable Rakid Arroyo may have some questions that you need to respond to.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And po siguro salamat sa generosity of the Laureles family to decide to donate their property for the use of the public.
Yes.
Ang question ko lang po, ang mga nakapangalan po sa title, there are 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 owners as indicated in the title. But digdiyo po sa document, ang donor, there are only 1, 2, 3.
4 yata yan.
4. Kasi olay ko witness. So 4. What would happen po to the other owners?
Pass away.
So that's the
Already.
problem. I think that's the problem. That's the reason kung tano nahaloy tabi po na ma-ratify inigang sanggunian. That was the problem. Kung sisay po kaya ang yaon sa title, kung property, they are the ones who should execute whatever deed of conveyance will be executed. So, kung mayo na po si mga nakapangaran sa title, kulang po ba kung pong complete ang conveyance?
Sa ano po, kagawad, sa counselor, sa title, naka-sign po si mga wife and husband. Ano po sa title, deed of donation.
Opo.
Oh, I have the
But how about
copy.
the other owners? Nagada na po, dahil na sila nakasign sa deed of donation. So, ako kung valid ang conveyance.
Ang sabi po sa kuya ni Mr. Edgardo, since we have already attend the meeting in Sanggunian, buhay pa po siya kadto. Okay lang na sinda lang ano ni.
Okay. Po pwede.
May man po daang ma-claim dahil gadana.
Disposition.
Pero to sinakapit.
Mrs. Tripolca, may we know who prepared the deed of donation?
I have already the copy.
Who prepared? Si Isay nag-gibo kay ini.
Mr. Rodante, buhay pa.
Siya ang nag-draft.
Tapos pinaano niya kay Eduardo, buhay pa rin yun noon.
Were you not assisted by any lawyer, any counsel?
Sinda po ang naggawa nito, tao lang sako.
And this was not reviewed by the city legal office, by our city legal officer.
Dahil ko na sir na ano, kasi si Mr. Rodante ang nag-ano kaini, saka si Eduardo. Pas lang na sa kuya para i-submit kay Honorable Mayor.
How many owners are there? 9? Are there 9 owners? And there are only 4 signatories? When the deed of donation was prepared, the 5 other registered owners, were they already dead?
Yes, Your Honor.
This document should have been reviewed by the city legal officer.
The wife po of Mr. Rodante, the father of Laureles, have executed this deed of donation. As in, pinapa-follow up na po sa kuya.
In fact, this is not the only document that should have been executed. There should have been an extrajudicial settlement of estate insofar as the shares of the 5 deceased owners are concerned. Councilor Salvador del Castillo.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's apparent that we cannot yet ratify the deed of donation in the absence of the signature of the other heirs, as mentioned in the title. It is necessary that all the owners of the property, or the heirs, the first heirs of the owner of the property, sign the deed of donation, or in case the owner's name in the title are already deceased, an extrajudicial settlement must have been made, disposing a portion of their property. So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe that we cannot yet ratify. this deed of donation.
Okay. Let us therefore inform the mayor of the defect in the document, and with that information, instructing also the city legal officer to assist the donors, prospective donors, to prepare the necessary legal document. Okay. So, Mrs. Tripolca,
Yes.
You please coordinate with the office of the city mayor and the city legal officer for the latter to prepare an extrajudicial settlement of the estate with the donation of the particular portion of the subject property. Okay?
Ito mo lang tinawag.
Thank you. The rules are reinstated. We proceed to the next item.
The letter dated October 25, 2017 from the Office of the City Mayor with respect to Resolution number 2016-101 and requesting for addendum thereon on the land parcels included in the purchase for the location
We
site.
refer this to the Committee on City Properties.
The letter dated October 25, 2017 from the City Budget Officer requesting for amendment of Ordinance number 2017-075 to effect the changes in the amount of the sources.
Okay. Any motion? Motion? Councilor Del Castillo? Del Rosario?
Mr. Chair, we have Mr. Frank Mendoza. Imumove ko na ko tayo, kailangan pigilin ko Sir Greg. Yan po si Sir Frank to comment on this.
So, you want Mr. Frank Mendoza to explain? Okay. We suspend our rules. Mr. Frank Mendoza.
Salamat po. Mabikon na lang ko ta. Masakit magtaram English. Basically po, Mr. Chair, ito kayang unsourced kay kani si salary savings kang hali sa Department Head kan CSWDO sa kasi surplus. Naipasar iyan Ordinance 2017-075 kan piglog mi sa worksheet yan sa ibaba. Nag-negative si footing. Kamping check ni kuya na pa lang kaya kulang na itong amount na available sa surplus. So dapat ito pong kakulangan ilipat na lang duman sa kukuunon sa salary lapses kang department head kang CSWDO. So essentially iyo po ang tenor kang ordinance, linangkawan si source hali sa bakanting posisyon kang CSWDO, binabaan si source hali sa surplus to the amount na talagang actual balance kang surplus. So iyo man lang po yan. Si total amount remains the same.
Councilor Greg.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve.
Without objection, same is approved. Councilor Greg.
Hinapot ko na po ini duman sa committee hearing. Kaya lang dahil man ako nasimbag. Pira pa baga ang available sa what you now call salary lapse? Kasi this is only mid-November, baka may mga pangangaipo pa na sa salary lapse i-charge.
Frank?
I can submit itong pong amount, pwede kong isubmit sa sanggunian within the week.
Offhand, can you give us a playground figure?
Siguro po mga 6 million, more or less. Pero the exact figure, ito pong kukunan mo sa records kang opisina.
And we have sources for everything that we will need for the rest of the year. By all that we need, I am specifically thinking of yung mga bonuses and grants, etc., etc. Do we have enough sources for such?
Insofar as those regularly given by the city government, embedded na po yan sa budget. The bonuses, the 5,000 year-end, as well as the, uga pa kitang additional, itong CNA, amounting to not less than 10,000. Pwede pa po maglangkaw yan.
Concern po ning gabus, pag-aabot kang giripitan ning panahon, will we have source for those that are not regularly allowable bonuses?
Napunta po yan sa savings. Dito po kayan maitagama na mapakitang basis.
But chances are we will find enough for those who may be given out of the regular bonuses, Mr. Mendoza.
Ano po kan sabi ni Councilor Baldimoro, BDO.
Ano nga ito sa BDO mo? Dahil ano to si BDO? Dahil BDO.
Okay. You are now excused, Frank. We proceed to the next item.
The letter dated October 20, 2017 of Mr. Domingo Porlaje Jr., Piston Manager, submitting the documents of BMAC 90-day demo test run handled by the drivers, Mr. Rosales and Sanchez.
We refer this to the Committee on Transportation. Next item.
The letter dated October 25, 2017 of Mr. Ezequiel Longares, FIDBFEX President, endorsing Engineer Sia.
Noted.
To construct. The letter dated October 23 from Ms. Melody Ralucio, says CESE, Provincial Director, DILG, expressing gratitude for
Committee on City Properties.
Letter dated October 25, 2017 from Engineer Rubencia.
Also noted.
The letter dated November 2 of Mr. Domingo Porlaje, submitting their intent of acquiring 5 units e-trike.
Committee on Transportation.
The letter from Mr. Arimao.
Any comment on this, or should we refer this to the Committee on Market Affairs? Councilor Greg Abonal.
Sir Chairman, from cursory reading, I think this one refers to the construction of makeshift establishments dun sa area between SM and the city and the terminal. I know that the pending question was why the city treasurer granted permit, special permit for that matter. But since the treasurer was not here at the time, we simply defer this matter. I understand, Mr. Chairman, that the treasurer is not the person that gives the mayor's permit. That even if the treasurer is the last office where from these permits are given, this was actually with executive go signal, if not in the person of the city mayor, at least the person of the city administrator. Nevertheless, apparently what was given was special consideration for special occasions, celebrations, etc., as contained in our city ordinance, and that what was considered was the period covering Christmas, and that is why the permit was given. Nevertheless, Mr. Chairman, I think the city treasurer and the administrator may be the better persons to explain this.
In which case, we will have to invite them. If not today, during our next regular session. For the meantime, we will just include this in our, or would the Committee on Market Affairs would like to take this on? Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, natanda ko po kang sa session ta, pigahanapan ta po ning authority or papeles itong mga naglaog dyan dahil private property po bagayan anong yan. So ngunyan, they were able to produce yan summaring yan and they're also alleging that they have the lease contract from Jasaka Realty Corporation under Alan Lotan from October 15 to January 15, 2018. Siguro po, Mr. Chair, beyond this letter, malaman po garo kitang dapat na hagadon pa because that is a private property. Sa parte ko po, ilingon ko lang kung talagang igusin na ning big-entrahan na kontrata with Mr. Tan. Yun lang yan. Other than that, may naman po. Actually, I favor this ini po. Kasi nakakomply man sila duman sa...
Okay. Councilor Del Castillo.
Actually, Mr. Chair, the main issue here is the compliance of an existing ordinance of the city. On the establishment and construction that is allowed in CBD2. And during the last regular session, it is clear to us that there is an existing ordinance which regulates establishment that is allowed in CBD2. And Changi is not one of those allowed under CBD2, Mr. Chairman. That's why we directed the city treasurer to stop the operation of that Changi at CBD2. That's the reason why we acted on that particular matter.
I was in the area yesterday and I saw them selling the respective wares and items. What do we do? Councilor Del Castillo.
On my part, Mr. Chairman, we should abide with our ordinance.
We have to consider that the executive, through the City Treasurer's Office and Mr. Florencio Mongoso Jr., had given the go signal in favor of these persons currently occupying the area. That is the reason why there is mention here about the special permit duly paid to the City Treasurer's Office, the Mayor's permit, and another payment of 3,000 each. Yes, Councilor Labadia Jr.
Natawan sinda ning special permit as a transient vendor from October 15, 2017 up to January 15, 2018. Is there an ordinance na pwede kita magtawag special permit? Kasi kung pwede yan, si number 1 na sinasabi ninda, tama man sinda. Yan pigbayad nindang mayor's permit na amounted to 6,000, what was the basis? And then the 20 stallholders pay the business tax retailer. Kung rayaw niyan sa sarong ordinansa, Mr. Chairman, baka mataawang kitang linaw. Kung may ordinansa yan, ano man ta, dae. Pero kung may ordinansa, may problema.
Thank you, Councilor Labadia Jr. I had the opportunity to take this up with our city treasurer. And she was telling me two things. Number one, before they acted on the request, the city treasurer brought this matter to the city administrator. I do not know if the city administrator consulted the mayor about it. But what was told to me is that the city treasurer was given the go signal by the city administrator. That is one. Number two, the city treasurer was referring to ordinance number 2014-052, which amends, among others, section 118 of our revenue code. Section 118 as amended provides, among others, the allowance to vendors, including transient vendors, to do business in vacant public places and private lots or spaces in thoroughfares in the city for purposes of vending all kinds of non-illegal articles and commodities during the Peña Francia festivities and such other festivities as may be declared by the city government. So I think the key provision here, the phrase, is this, and such other festivities as may be declared by the city government. It may be argued that the grant or the declaration should be made by the Sanggunian. But it may also be argued, apparently, on the part of the executive, that in the absence of a clear wording that it is the Sanggunian Panlungsod who should declare or determine what these other festivities are, then the same is vested unto the executive. So that's where we are in now. Councilor Salvador del Castillo, and then after you, Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Mr. Chairman, the author of Ordinance 2004, that's 123, is this representation. And it's only the Sangguniang Panlungsod who lays down policies within the city government of Naga. So therefore, there is no need for any interpretation on who will lay down the policy. And with that, Mr. Chairman, it is apparent that the permit issued to these individuals has no basis. Since they are invoking Section 118 of Ordinance 2004, that's 123, I can categorically say that the permit issued has no legal basis and therefore void ab initio.
So, meaning, it is your contention, Councilor Buddy del Castillo, that when the ordinance said City Government of Naga, that refers to the Sangguniang Panlungsod, and not to the executive branch. Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Whether or not it is within the jurisdiction of the executive to declare a position is another matter. I think what is clear in the ordinance is that such special permit can be granted on such festivity. So then what is the festivity that makes that in granting that special permit? Was there a statement in the permit issued by the mayor? It is understood that it must be issued within the purview of the festivity. The mayor must be stated as to whether it was really a festivity or not. The mayor will be subject to another discussion. But the thing is, was the mayor permit? Was it indicated in the mayor's permit the kind of festivity within which or under which occasion the permit was issued? I think that's a question of fact which we should see from the permit itself.
All of this can be clarified probably by the city treasurer, by the city administrator. In their absence, we,
Mr. Chair,
differ.
We differ.
Councilor Del Rosario.
Next session, Mr. Chair, we ask the presence of the city treasurer and the administrator, Mr.
Okay. So, for the meantime, we differ. Councilor Greg.
For the meantime, Mr. Chairman, and well, how do we treat the action of the Sangguniang? Apparently, there was a letter sent to the treasurer to suspend business transaction there. But as you say, yesterday they were selling their wares.
Including DVDs.
Yeah, ano po ba yun? When we ordered, what did the treasurer do? Did she send communication to the effect na suspended yun? O basta lang pig-furnish kang decision ng Sangguniang?
The latter, meaning upon receipt of our letter signed by the secretary, the same was photocopied and distributed to the
what did we say?
persons there.
Did we order the treasurer to order those people to stop?
Christine, kindly flash before the screen the letter. So this is the content of the letter.
So meanwhile, Mr. Chairman, my view is that we want them to stop. But if they continue with their business operation, what is that to us? How different is that from the non-appearance of the, How different is that from the appearance of individuals we want to appear to us?
So, what is the pleasure of the Honorable Greg Abonal? What course of action do you suggest?
I was asking the question kasi what it says is to instruct them, but she did not instruct them. All she did was to furnish copy of the instruction given to her. Those individuals can simply say na copy furnish mo sa naman kami. They can always argue na dahil man sinda pig-instruct na pumundo.
Okay. Councilor Del Rosario. Councilor Vidal Castillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nagiramdaman ko po naman sa privilege speech ni Honorable Del Castillo, si pagtao ng special permit kang City Treasurer's Office, pinaparibok ito. Ngunyan naring ta na nagbayad pala itong mga yaon duman, dahil pwedeng i-revoke mo yan, na nagbayad, dapat i-refund. Kaya inako mo si bayad, tapos dahil mo ibabalik, papapundoon mo, dapat i-refund itong pigtaong kwarta ka ito. Kaya siguro, Mr. Chairman, dahil kaya alam ko siya nagkasabing totoo dyan ay. Pag dumango si administrator, bako na siya. Pero level, pag hindi ito, bako siya. Panay bako dito na alam ko siya totoo. Ang American i-refund, tapos i-revoke itong permit.
Okay. So, for the meantime, yes, Councilor Greg.
I think we have to be careful with the steps we take because for us to simply refund, baka maghagad yan ng damages na nagpa-construct sinda. Baka maghagad ng damages, sarang barakal sinda ng merchandise, etc. I'm not saying we should not. All I'm saying is, isip-isipon ta kung anong repercussions kang whatever we do. That's why I was saying, na kung pabayaan ta sana yan, anong implication kayan sa kagustuhan kang sanggunian? Kung papundoon taman yan, ano kaya ang repercussion duman sa investment man na ginibuninda? I don't have the answers, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Councilor Vidal Castillo and then Councilor Del Rosario.
Itong last session tam, Mr. Chairman, nagagat sa tuya ni permit sangguniang panunsod, alagad pig pull out, dahil ko anong rason ka pig pull out. Mapaaram pagkatapos pino-pull out. Pagkatapos dumalang sa City Treasurer's Office nagkuha ng special permit, kaya medyo iga pong problema talaga na dapat siguro nag-invite ang City Treasurer's Office sa tuyang City Administrator tanganing day po ni ma-audit base po sa pagsunod na dapat ang sundon itong ordinansa ng sponsor pala si Attorney Del Castillo. Kaya masupog man na igwan yung nag-sponsor pagkatapos karoon na imang pigrespeto. Kaya I support, Mr. Chairman, to invite the City Treasurer's Office and the City Administrator kani pong maliwanagan ang item na ini.
Okay, before that, Councilor Lito, you were raising your right hand. Unless you are waiving in favor of Councilor Sanchez Jr. and then Councilor Labadia. Okay. Waiving.
Mr. Chairman, kung ipapaapunta pa kaya, magkakasurpugan pa. Sabi nga ni Councilor Vidal del Castillo, nagtuturog-duan na. Maliwanag na digdi, Mr. Chairman, sa presentation mo niya, na mayong basis. So, I would like to support the move by the Honorable Vidal Castillo and the Honorable Salvador del Castillo na i-authorize na si Treasurer na iparefund na sa PIGCO ata. Kasi man talagang basis. And then kung gusto nila, magsurat sila, giraray sa Mayor's Office, tapos ipadara sa Sanggunian, kung kinakaipon gibuhan ng sarong ordinansa na tatawan silang panahon na magtinda sa December ta may festivity, that's the time na matatabangan ta sinda, Mr. Chairman. Nagtutubod kita nagkikreate kita ng hanap buhay. Ngunyan, pero ini, Mr. Chairman, talagang di pwede, i-refund na muna. And then kung makapasar ini yung iniisip kang iba na matatabangan sa December, so we can do it, Mr. Chairman. So, ma-second lang ako duman sa mga motion kang mga nagtaong idea, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Labadia. Councilor Del Rosario.
Mr. Chair, mas magiging masalimot, Mr. Chair, kung ipaparipand ta, nagbayad, paparipand, tapos papa-apply yung naman, papabayad yung tanong garo. Halatun ta na siguro sinda next week to explain, then saka kita mag-decide. Although nahiling ta na, Mr. Chair, what's 1 week eh? Sarong simana naman lang. Then kung arlanganin, di stop. We'll take to task the City Treasurer to implement. O di, kung o yun kita, di go. Kung dahil di. Anyway, Mr. Chair, Yaw na kita igdiyo, nahiling ta ng sitwasyon, nahiling ta na po ang mga basihan, ang authorship ni Councilor Del Castillo. Tangaring po at least, ang 1 week na ni makaprepare man si Executive Department, ma-explain man sa tuya fully, then saka na kita mag-ano, Mr.
Or would you like that we request now
May
the
committee hearing po
appearance?
kami, Mr. Chair, sa Committee on Health at 3 o'clock. Yaw na po nga ni si Dr. Anyola sa Balyo.
Okay, so the secretary is instructed to include this in the calendar and to request also the presence of the city treasurer and the city accountant. Councilor Vidal?
One thing more, Mr. Chairman.
City administrator.
Ito po sinda, nag-apply po sinda sa permit sa City Engineer's Office. Ang City Engineer's Office nag-issue ng notice of violation. Kaya dapat ko dahil pagtawan ng special permit dahil nag-apply, tawan sinda nag-issue ang City Engineer's Office ng notice of violation.
Okay.
Ikalawa, ang sendang application, October 15 to January 15. Daron ba kung magayon yan? Dahil aram ko, pagkabot ng January 16, dahil man maparundo. Tapos sana dapat ko up to December 31. Kaya ikaw pong misleading digdiyo. Amo January 15, imposible pagkabot ng January 16, pundo yan.
Okay, so we will also take that into account when this matter is taken up during our next regular session. Next item, Councilor Del Castillo.
Just a correction siguro, Mr. Chair, bakong si city accountant, but the administrator.
Yes, that was already corrected earlier. So, we will be inviting the city treasurer, the city administrator. What about the city engineer? No need? We will... will you be asking for the city engineer? The same question asked when we were in NAIA? And in Cebu? Okay, the secretary is so instructed. Next item.
The subject matter of the privileged speech of the Honorable Julian C. Labadia.
Councilor Labadia.
It happens, Mr. Chairman, that there is a proposed resolution being authored by the Honorable Miles Rakid Arroyo.
So that can be probably...
That can be jointly be taken, Mr. Chairman, okay. Considering na may information kita sa Facebook na officially daw ang PNR, the Secretary Tugade, the NEDA, and some contractor from China that has already nagkaigwa na Mr. Chairman ng meeting, and then we really need to fast track our action on this matter, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Okay.
So may I request, Mr. Chairman, that the proposed resolution of the Honorable Miles be jointly taken with my privileged speech, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Rakid Arroyo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. May we request Ms. Tin to flash the proposed resolution. Talagang kaibon i-fast track na, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga, pigtataram pa lang ni Councilor Labadia, pigsurat ko na.
Nagkakasundo talaga kamunduan.
Siya si Taram, Mr. Chair. Ako si Parasurat. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the proposed resolution is self-explanatory. We are actually asking the Department of Transportation to actively engage and involve the stakeholders. Tagaro si mga pagparalano, sindana naman lang. And in the consultation, Mr. Chair, nabanggit ko tabi dyan, the consultation conducted on October, ano tawag ito? Sa Avenue? Sa Avenue 2? October, I think 20? Yes, October 20. Bako po the 24, it was my birthday. So, i-filter na lang tabi si date. Mention ta dyan that there were certain questions presented from the participants which were not sufficiently answered by the representative Yusek Cesar Chavez. So, in this resolution, we're actually calling the DOTR to immediately convene a consultation discussion so that the questions which were left unanswered will be answered, questions from the stakeholders. So two things being asked in that resolution, that the stakeholders be actively involved and engaged in all aspects of that project, that the questions which were presented in the forum and were not sufficiently answered be answered. Yan, sabi siya duman sa lower part. Yan. Itong three points on why the ODA is preferred over PPA, why the loan from China, which would cost us 2% per annum of interest, is preferred over Japan's offer of 0.5% per annum. So it has to be explained why such obviously not favorable to the government and the Filipino people's decision was preferred. And the third point, on the basis of the 151 billion budget, ang sabi kaya din naman, Mr. Chair, 151 billion lang ang peak budget sa rehabilitation and reconstruction because yun lang dahil ang garo kayang bayadan kang mga masarakay, considering the ridership of only 11,000 per month. We are really questioning that basis kasi kung ma-observe nga kita dyan sa Terminal Baga, sa satong terminal, Naga pa lang yan, imposibleng 11,000 per month lang ang ridership ang nagpupurunta sa Manila. No? That's really impossible. So we want further explanation as to the basis thereof. And itong preparation din, Mr. Chair, the DOTR himself said that more than 100,000 families are affected. Kung aro kayong kadakula ang magnitude ng affected families, dapat mo niyan palang ipiglatag na ninda ang timetable for the resettlement of these affected families, considering na ang target daan ninda by 2022 is 70% completion. So, dakulang mga questions and we really want them answered. Dahil siya na-answeran sufficiently kang si Representative kang DOTR. And DOTR himself stated na kaipuan da ang active collaboration and participation para maging successful ang project. So how can we really actively participate and collaborate? Kung dito nga ni Araram si mga answers na mga questions ta. So, I believe this is urgent, Mr. Chair, and sana daw man kita na mag-hold ang DOTR ning mas detalyadong consultation so that our questions may really be answered by them. They should have the answers.
Okay.
So, may I move, Mr. Chair, for the passage of this resolution as contained?
Without objection, the same is approved.
We will request na gabos na munisipyo kasi 105 malang yan, Mr. Chairman, na munisipyo. Tigli sa Bicol, saka 6 provinces and 7 cities, i-provide Mr. Chairman for their support.
Including Mr.
Christine?
Effectively po may different municipal and provincial government in the Bicol.
And the NEDA, Mr. Chair. NEDA. RDC lang kaya ma'am. Itong NEDA mismo kasi apig para sambit ni Yusek Chavez, si Datos Sinda came from NEDA. So, through RDC.
Okay. Okay. Christine, duman sa, I think, fourth or third whereas clause. Yan. This one. Miles, in paragraph B, I am reminded of the figures mentioned by Councilor Julian Labadia Jr., probably to emphasize the very, disadvantageous term. Would it be okay if we indicate the figure, the corresponding figure, if of the interest on the principal? In figure, meaning we indicate for China it's what? 3 billion, whereas for Japan it's only 750 million.
But we don't know how much will be the actual amount of the loan.
On the basis of the 151 project.
But we don't know actually whether it's going to be 151 or
Can we not assume that it's going to be 151 billion because that is the cost of the project. There is just an assumption.
I think I would be safer with the percentage, Mr. Chair, because showing the percentage would already show the glaring disadvantageous position. Because 2% is definitely much, much higher than 0.5%.
Although that will be more highlighted if you indicate the amount. At any rate, you are the author.
I think the percentage would be sufficient. Because we don't know actually the exact amount of the loan.
Okay.
But if
It's up to you.
I mean, it's okay with
My point is that by indicating the figure, the amount, that will really highlight the fact that the China loan will be very disadvantageous to us compared to the Japan loan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, actually, I was just waiting for the main author to say it's okay for her. Okay daw. So we will put it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Councilor Miles.
it's okay, Mr. Chair, but the point is already pointed out. But if it will be more emphasized, then it's better.
Okay. So with that, the proposed resolution is approved as modified. Next item.
The proposed ordinance prohibiting the sneaking in, smuggling of illegal items in the Naga City District Jail, other detention facilities, halfway houses, and imposing penalties for violations thereof.
Mr. Chair, because of the committee hearing now being conducted by Dr. Sunny Ranyola, I'll be participating. I move that we defer consideration of this, Mr. Chair, for next session.
Okay. This will be included in the next session. Thank you, Councilor Del Rosario. Next item.
New business, the proposed ordinance of the Honorable De Asis and Honorable City Councilor Larauri establishing, creating Naga City Cultural Hour at the Plaza Rizal under the ACTO with the assistance of the Naga City Senior Citizens Federation and appropriating funds as may be necessary for the purpose. Culture.
We refer this to the Committee on Culture and the Arts. Next item.
The endorsement from the budget officer endorsing the supplemental budget of Barangay
Items 2, 3, 5, 7, and 8 are referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Councilor Abonal.
Mr. Absence of the chair of the committee, may we remind members of the APRO committee that she actually intended to call for APRO hearing on Monday, 9 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. Next item, number 4.
Number 4, the letter dated September 22 from the City Mayor requesting authority to sign the contract of lease between the city and the Film Development Council of the Philippines.
This is a list of what?
Lease of the second floor of the Bicol Science and Technology Center.
We refer this to the Committee on City Properties. Next item.
Number 6, the letter dated October 27 to Mr. Anselmo Abad Oberos from Felipe requesting separate budget.
Also to the Committee on Appropriations.
Number 9, the letter from Mr. Willie Prillas of the City Plan.
Housing.
The technical.
Land use. Next. Number 10.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Mila S. D. Rakid Arroyo amending Section 8 of Article 4 of Ordinance 2008-079 prescribing guidelines for bulk and DP and alteration of plans for residential subdivision projects and other purposes.
Land use.
The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Labadia request establishing the city agri-market to buy and sell farmers' produce.
Agree.
Establishing guidelines.
Committee on Agriculture.
The letter dated November 6, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor requesting for reversion that will augment the outstanding balance of the subsidy for Department of Education to complete the funding for unclaimed additional allowance of DepEd personnel, including the year
Committee on Appropriations.
The letter dated November 6, 2017 from Ms. Rosette Anastasio, 2016 Palarong Bicol Chess Champion, requesting financial assistance.
Also Committee on Appropriations.
The letter dated October 16, 2017 from Ms. Cristina Francia Dag,
Committee on Transportation.
the letter dated November 6, 2017 from Mr. Richard Rotza of LYRR Realty Development Corporation requesting for route of transport service at Decaho Vistanza. Resolution number 2017-001 Barangay Association of Senior Citizens Affairs fervently seeking the approval of the Honorable City Mayor to set aside funds for the project offices for the 27 Basca of Naga City.
Noted. The same being addressed to the City Mayor.
The letter dated October 24, 2017 from Barangay Captain Ed Albu of Abella, submitting Barangay Ordinance 2017-010001, requiring all boarding houses owners,
laws and ordinances.
Owners. The letter dated October 20, 2017 from the Honorable City Mayor, submitting the names of drivers who are members of MNEVTSC and their application documents for e-trike franchise for proper disposition.
Committee on Transportation.
The letter dated November 6, 2017 from Punong Barangay Sairos Caballero of Sabang, requesting transfer of fund amounting to 40,000 pesos representing the cash award.
Committee on Appropriations. Other matters. The memorandum. All items listed under other matters are noted.
Noted.
Nominal voting.
New business, sir? The proposed ordinance of the Honorable Joselito Isaid Rosario promoting a drug-free workplace in the city government and providing sanctions for violations thereof.
Public safety.
Another ordinance from the Honorable Del Rosario, amending ordinance number 2013-052 by adding the head of the Public Safety Office and the representative of the Family Ministry in Cáceres as regular members of the Naga City Dangerous Drugs Board and its standing committees. Nominal voting.
For nominal voting, Councilor Joselito Del Rosario. Councilor Labadia Jr.
May we know, Mr. Chairman, from the Chairman of the Committee on Environment, when is the schedule of possible meeting between the Executive and Legislative on the issue on waste to energy, Mr. Chairman?
We have yet to set the date based on the availability of the City Mayor. But he was already told that of our request for us to discuss the result of our visit to Cebu. We are just going to find the appropriate time.
Mr. Chairman, let just be it noted na itong pigbisita ta is saro lang ito sa mga nagtataong proposal sa tuya.
That's correct.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, itong tungkol, Mr. Chairman, duman sa mga poste kang Kasoreco, ano si status po kadto si mga big Widenta, and then hanggang Unyanyaon pa si
Kasoreco 2 had already submitted the cost budget requirement to the Department of Public Works and Highways. I understand it's going to be reviewed and approved by the central office. Upon approval, implementation will immediately take place, but most likely that will happen next year, probably during the first quarter.
Can we invite the district engineer again, Mr. Chairman, the DPWH, to update us?
Councilor Del Rosario.
On our part, Mr. Chair, the Committee on Public Safety had already met and discussed the proposed resolution creating an oversight committee. We will be reporting this next session. This will be included in the agenda by Friday, Mr. Chair.
So this will be reported during
next session, yes.
Okay.
Naka-committee hearing na po kami.
Okay. So if there are no other matters, Councilor Del Rosario?
I move that all ordinances and resolutions duly approved be transferred to the
Any second?
nominal voting and be approved.
Any second? Same is approved.
I move that we adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Session is now adjourned.
Aram ba ganindo na igo kitang pwedeng dulukon kung igo kitang reklamo sa mga abusadong pulis? Yaon ang People's Law Enforcement Board o PLEB na binilog sa irarom kan Akta Republika 6975 as in 8551. Ang PLEB saro sa mga opisina na may kapangyarihan na dangugon, resolbaran, asin desisyonan ang mga kaso administratibo na sinaangat kan si isay man na namamanwaan laban sa kapulisan na naglapas sa indang katungdan. Sa siyudad ning Naga, ang PLEB binibilog ninda Attorney Mila Francia bilang chairperson, Attorney asin konsihala Miles Rugid Arroyo bilang vice chairperson, retirado koronel asin dating konsihal Jose Tuason, punong barangay Buboy Salva, dating punong barangay Antonio Amparado, asin konsihal Lito del Rosario bilang mga miyembros. Ang pulis dapat nagsiserbi asin nangangataman sa namamanwaan. Kung may sumbong, makipag-ulay sa PLEB, mag-upod o mag-text sa 0908-279-7619 o magbisita sa indang opisina na yaon sa City Hall. Naga City People's Law Enforcement Board para sa matanos na kapulisan, kasurog kan namamanwaan. Ang pagiramdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa pamamayo ni Alcalde Jan Bonga asin Vice Alcalde Nelson Ligasyon sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office. Tig-ura na naman mga tugang, kaya naglalangkaban na naman ang mga helang urog na ang dengue. Paano kita makakaiwas sa dengue? Uyan mga tips. Enot, kung may flower vase, ribayan ang tubig kaini sarong bes kada simana. Ikadua, linigan ang mga sagurong kan atop, siguruhon na mahali ang mga dahon, asin ati na nakabagat sa pagbulos kan tubig uran. Ikatulo, siguruhon na daining tubig ang magamit na ruweda, lata, bote o tansan o tubon ang proper waste disposal. Ikaapat, siguruhon na may ining tubig ang saludan kan refrigerator asin katuhan. Ikalima, takupan ang mga balde asin mga drum na tinitipunan nin tubig. Ikaano, magsuulot din mga halabang bado na mataon ng proteksyon sa mga braso asin tabay. Ikapito, linigan ang palibot urog na ang makali. Asin ang ikawalo, kung may kalintura na ning duwang aldaw, asin may rashes na ang kublit, magpakonsulta tulos sa pinakarating health center asin ospital.
Ini po si Mayor Jan Bongkat. Tarabangan ta pong sugpuon ang dengue. Araw-alaw ta pong linigan ang palibot kan sa tuyang harong. Sa disiplina asin kalinigan. Hela, malilikayan.
Ang pagirumdum na ini hatod sa Indo kan gobyerno lokal kan Naga sa paagi kan City Events, Protocol and Public Information Office asin kan City Health Office.